Okay, let's see. Hello. Didn't say. Hey, Salami, Axel, Carol, Anon Kun, Phantom, Justa. It's alright, Justa. Thanks for the support. Hope I do make some good background noise. And hey, Toodleman. My pin message is not letting me read. Hi. Will there be any exploding power supplies? Yes, that's what the whole video is about. Let me pin the comment again. As a KFC, I'm jealous. Why is my chat not loading? Sound like I'm in a wind tunnel. Maybe because I have my my fan turned on. Let me. What do you mean in a wind tunnel? Let me hear on the. Let me hear on the. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me give me a second. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me give me a second. How does it sound now? Does it sound good? How does it sound now? Does it sound good? How about now? How about now? Testing, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Order food. Hope this helps.
Hey, Phantom T, thanks for the 20 in taxes. Thank you. The problem is that I cannot order food at this hour. Alright, and in this area. There we go, that works. Okay. Hey everyone, hey Scooty. Okay, so on an Xbox mic, better, good quality but quiet. There we go, that works. Alright, seems my mic was connected. I bumped into my mic earlier, so maybe that fucked up the cable somehow. Bless you, cute sneezes. Ah, thank you. How's everything? I'm a roasted rabbit. They won't deliver to her neighborhood. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? No, really? Yeah. Well, at least Domino's, but in general, businesses here close kinda early, so there's no point. So if I want to order something, it has to be during the day. Estivation seasons should end soon, hopefully. Things have cooled off a lot here. I really hope they start cooling off here too, but the problem is that it seems we're going through extended drought season. Which is great. Awesome. Gracias. But still, thank you, Phantom. That actually helps me because I may need. I think we'll need to buy some extra groceries soon, so I can use that to buy some supplies. So, all right. What are we going to do today? Is watch Gamers Nexus video, maybe one or two on an exploding power supply issue that they were having and stuff. So it's pretty wild. So we'll just take it easy. I slept through the entire day, so I didn't get potato chips to munch on while watching this, but that's alright. Oh, I have news though. They're a bit sad. Don't worry. Everything is okay. Everything's okay now. Explosions. This will be fun. Do you remember Fermin, my aunt's guard dog that I've talked that he's awesome? Cute dog, cool dog, yeah? Bonnie Mama showed me some pictures and a video, and the TLDR is that Fermin fucked around and found out. Sadly, involving a porcupine. That looks so painful. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Don't worry, he's okay. He's okay. But the damage, I mean, it certainly looked very painful. Those can be serious injuries. Is he going to be okay? Yes, he's going to be okay. Bonnie Mama showed me the picture. He had, of course, he has his mouth filled with spikes and stuff, the poor guy. My aunt had to sedate him, so her and the other farm helpers could cut and take off the spikes off of his mouth. I don't remember if there were any on his nose or something, but he guard dogs tend to get the worst of it with porcupines. Hey, Garden. Sadly, yes. I mean, it looked really painful, but they managed to get the stuff off him, and it seems he'll recover. Oh, poor doggy. Yeah. I feel bad. Bonnie Mama says that those are really dangerous. Like the porcupine stuff, it's really painful. The poor guy, but as bad as it is, hopefully he at least learned his lesson. I didn't even realize you had porcupines down there. Yeah, we do. So yeah, poor guy. Though hopefully he learned that not everything has to be bite first and ask questions later. I hope he went to the vet. Those spikes expand after breaking off and create wide wounds. Infection is common. I'll ask. Ask Pony Mama to keep me updated. Though this is the countryside. There are vets, so I'm sure that my aunt. I'm sure my aunt went to a local vet for some help. I'll ask her tomorrow to keep me updated and see if they went to the vet. But even then, I think my aunt will take good care of him. He's such a good dog, and I haven't mentioned this because I thought it would be too sad, but he also he has an illness. We're not sure what it is. It kind of seems like epilepsy, but not but he doesn't have convulsions or anything. We're not sure what it is, though the vets say that it is also, it could be another form of epilepsy, but he has like these moments when it seems he's in extreme pain and drools everywhere and gets so aggressive. Like when that happens, he basically stays away from everyone because he starts biting stuff and out of pain and desperation. So he goes basically to an empty space to not attack others. Well, that's weird and sad. It is. Don't think my aunt hasn't tried to help him and stuff. She has. Of course she has. She has taken him to the vet and gotten like all stuff. But the problem is that he's a little shit and he absolutely refuses to take meds. Like he got prescription meds and everything, and my aunt says that she tried through every means possible, like hiding the meds in beef, chicken, pork, grounded and mix it with his food. But the moment he even so much as sniffs that there's something off with the food, he won't eat it. And if you try to give him the meds like in, say, a meatball, he eats the meatball, but he spits the pill. And if you try to give him like and when they try to give him the meds in drops, he just didn't drink from the water bowl where the drops were. But my aunt is still trying to find a way to help him. It's kind of impressive that he's good at detecting it, but yeah, holy shit, he could be one of those drug detecting dogs. He's it's pretty insane how he kind of just smells everything, even in water. Of course, my aunt is not gonna give up on him, on trying to treat him. Like she says that she'll do what it takes to help him. Like, and putting him to sleep is not an option, because she'll do whatever it takes to find a way to help him or treat him. So. I'm pretty sure she's still looking for a way to give him meds or some kind of meds to get him to take them, or See what else can be done. But yeah, it's unfortunate because you want to help him, but I mean, dogs are kind of like children still. Even if it's good for them, if they don't like it, it's a problem to get them to take it. You normally just shove the pills down the dog's throat, but if it's a guard dog, so he's a guard dog. This isn't the same aunt who lost a puppy and whose other dog lost a leg, is it? Yes. It's the same aunt. It's the same aunt. And I forgot to mention it, but the dog that lost a leg, he's male, and he had a partner, another husky, a female. She thought that she was going to have puppies, but on further tests, it turned out that the female had like something in her uterus, so they had to get it out. She recovered though, and she seems to be aside from that, she seems to be fine. But that also happened. Oh my god, poor Aunt Bonnie Aunt can't catch a break. She can't, and the rest of the family were actually kind of flabbergasted that whenever something bad happens to her, it's something related to her dogs. We're actually really saddened and also kind of confused by it because it's always her dogs. It's kind of a cosmic plaything that if something bad's going to happen, it's her dogs. Fermin is he's a guard dog, but he's surprisingly kind and patient with everyone from the family. But yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to struggle with him to get him to take meds. Even if he tries or won't attack us, if we try to force him to take his meds, I don't think it's a good idea either way. Where does she get the dogs? Yeah, sounds like a bad plan. Well, mostly they're the huskies and the puppy that died. Like they were purebred dogs. She got them from her son, my cousin, and Fermin. Fermin is hello, hey Aaron. Fermin, he's adopted. He's a mutt. Of what we're not quite sure, but he's big and has long fur, a black long fur. Almost look like a bit like a wolf. So that's a struggle with the poor guy. But again, don't worry about it. My Bonnie Aunt is determined to take care of him, and this was an unfortunate episode of him finding out. Damn, I'm already breaking one of the rules. Well, question: what do you like more, a cat or a fox? I like both. Which rule? Answer quick. She's got a quick trigger finger. Yeah. So yeah, fortunately, they got the spikes out of him, but this was an unfortunate happening for the poor guy. Hopefully, he learned his lesson about leaving other animals be. Age? Bonk. I'm feeling kind today, so 1 minute baby jail. So what I missed so far, I was giving everyone an update on Bonnie Aunt and her dogs. Well, there is another dog. This one is also a mutt, but again, this just goes on the trend. This just goes on the trend of her dogs somehow getting hit by the karma laser for no good reason. Hi, Bonnie. Hey, Puck. Such terrible puppy dog. Sad. Yeah, there is another. Another thing happened with another dog in the farm. This is technically not a dog from the farm, but this dog, she's more like a stray, but she always drops by my aunt's house to get some food. She's very docile. She's a good doggy. But the TLDR is that she went missing. She went missing for a few days, and around town they say there was a talk that a dog from my aunt's farm was found, and her eye wasn't looking very good. She wasn't doing so well, so they finally found her, and she had a bit of a bad eye. Her right eye wasn't in the best condition, but she could still see. But when she reappeared, basically her they found her eye necrotic, and she was in very bad condition. So my aunt rushed to they got her, and they rushed to the vet to basically to I wouldn't even say it's to take out the eye, because by the time they got her to surgery, basically there was no eye. It was all necrotic. She lost her eye, but they managed to get the rest of the necrotic tissue and save her. Though from what Bonnie Mama tells me, she recovered. So that's the update. Yeah, my aunt has some terrible luck with dogs. God knows why. Well, at least there's some good news, but damn. Yeah, that's I say whatever it is, the universe is hell bent on trying to kill her dogs. The problem with purebreds is that a lot of breeders resort to inbreeding to get them. No, farming and this other dog, the strayish that drops by, they're both mutts. They're not purebreds. Though thank goodness they managed to save the other dog, the stray one, because she's such a good dog too. She's whenever she dropped by the farm and you talk to her, she would just lay there and wag her tail. She was very friendly overall. So my guess is that in the time she was wandering off, her eye probably, she got an infection somehow, and that was that. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about the huskies. They seem very good health overall, except for this. Except for what happened. Bonnie Mama made some Bunny Mama made some pineapple juice, but I don't like pineapple juice. This is kind of bad. Bleh. I like eating pineapple, but not pineapple juice, if that makes sense. So, that's the update. At least she managed to save the, she managed to save the stray one, and the guard dog, I'm sure he recovered from the porcupine incident. But yeah, that happened. Most pure beasts just are inbred at this point. It's what keeps them pure. Yeah. But pugs are famous for their eye problems. Sometimes they just pop out. I am not big into pugs. I'll admit it. I'm not into pugs. So yeah, poor Bonnie aunt. She her dog luck is even we are kind of flabbergasted that all the bad stuff tend to happen to her dogs. It's really unfortunate, and she loves her dogs too, which seems kind of like a undeserved karma of some way. Always feel bad for pugs because of the inbreeding. Inbreds. Alright, so back to business. Okay. Now back to business. Let's go back to explosions. So we're gonna watch one video, maybe two, of I think that happened a while ago to Gamers Nexus, that their power supplies of their gigabyte power supplies were exploding out of nowhere. So this one's going to be alright. I mean, look what happened with the house of Bornberg. The new lady came out with severely stunted growth, really shit eyes. One minute, baby jail. Be happy that I didn't make it 5 or even 10, turtle man. All right, so let's see. Catastrophic failures. Let's go. Let me see volume. There we go.
This is called a catastrophic failure. So is this. And this. And all of these power supplies.
I love these bits. Again, let's do it again.
This is called a catastrophic failure. So is this. And this. And all of these power supplies are the gigabyte GP.
They jump. Come on, man. You don't know what we're talking about in reading. Surely a Habsburg reference is in bounds. Not with me. Off with his head kind of punishment, law. Hey, WTF. How you doing? Yes.
This is called a catastrophic failure.
There's even a bit of fire in there. Holy shit.
This is called a catastrophic failure. So is this. And this. And all of these power supplies are the gigabyte GP P750 GM, or closely related GP P850 GM. One of these catastrophically failed.
The first one is so bright, yeah.
This is called a catastrophic failure. So is this. And this. And all of these power supplies are the Gigabyte
Jump.
GP P750 GM, or closely related GP P850 GM. One of these catastrophically failed while under only 60% load.
That is not a lot of load. The flash fills the whole fan, yeah.
And out of the 10 or so units that we bought from Newegg or acquired from viewers, we had several other catastrophic failures. During the course of testing, we blew 3 fuses from our power supply load tester, and we toasted a Gigabyte RTX 3080 that was attached to one of the power supplies.
Oh, that's what gets me. Losing a 3080.
A shocking 50% of these
Hey, Bunny. Hey, Eden.
failed in an explosive one of the load tester, and we toasted a Gigabyte RTX 3080 that was attached to one of the power supplies. A shocking 50% of these failed in an explosive capacity while we were testing them. That's some pretty good odds for fireworks. So today we're going to be diagnosing this issue the best that we're able to here and looking at some of the trigger points for failure. We'll also be talking about what you should do if you had one of these dumped on you during Newegg's shuffle while it was trying to offload its unsellable explosive e-waste alongside the highly desirable video cards. We're sponsoring our own...
Newegg has really gone down the drain. Sadly. And the saddest part is that they're still the better option compared to some
discount code active.
others out there.
Just type in "send help" at checkout for 10% off, representing how we feel after reviewing these power supplies. The hugely popular GN wireframe desk-sized mouse mats are in stock and shipping now, featuring a unique, highly detailed design filled with PC components.
From them,
There's
but they're
blue
so
stitching
expensive.
at the border and a custom blue rubber underside as well. Our GN Volt large mod mats are also available on back order and are coming back in stock soon. These sell out really fast, so if you want to guarantee you get one in the September restock...
Oh, Rabbit, I just heard Iron Mouse got both YouTube channels back. Yeah, I saw that. Pachi, 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 pachi. Congrats, Iron Mouse. Justice has been served. So yeah, I would like one of these, but they cost like $100, and that's not counting while they'll charge me for shipping, so...
Our GN Volt large mod mats are also available on back order and are coming back in stock soon. These sell out really fast, so if you want to guarantee you get one in the September restock, place a back order for this PC building anti-static work surface today, filled with useful wiring diagrams, screw tracking grids, and built with heat-resistant material for tube bending. We spent a huge amount of our own time and money getting to the bottom of this power supply issue, so it'd be a big help if you visit store.gamersnexus.net to grab a mod mat, shirt, mouse mat, or other item today. Send help. The power supplies we're looking at today are getting
100? That's not outrageous. That before shipping taxes.
purged through Newegg's shuffle, where it tries to dump unsellable e-waste mouse mat or other item today. Send help. The power supplies we're looking at today are getting purged through Newegg's shuffle, where it tries to dump unsellable e-waste binned product alongside highly desirable things, but still charge you for both of them, so that it can get rid of some of its inventory and clear up shelf space. So we're going to be looking at these. The power supplies for the 750 watt model were about $130.
Oh, do you see in the upper left corner? He has the cute pet GPU and the waifu, but the other waifu card. This one, that one is not as flashy. Prices tend to magically double on the way to Bondland.
We bought several of them, we requested several from viewers, and so we've got a pretty good sample size. And he has
the cute pet case. I think you can't get that anymore, even on Newegg.
Looking at these, the power supplies for the 750 watt model were about $130. We bought several of them, we requested several from viewers, and so we've got a pretty good sample size. And we suspect that at some point these power supplies may end up getting dropped for a loss as well, because the price has been slowly descending, as too have the aggregate review score has been descending on Newegg's own website and Amazon's as well, actually.
Funny how that works.
So gigabyte power supplies online right now, these specific models at least, aren't faring too well in user reviews. They didn't fare well in Eris's testing previously, a power supply reviewer. We'll get into his content soon enough. And so we acquired 10 of them. And a big thanks to our viewers as well, who helped us get some of these many months ago. We've been doing everything from endurance tests, which took a long time, to full-on power supply testing. So we're going to try and diagnose it today. First of all, these are not the same as the similarly named Gigabyte Aorus GP-AP 750GM and GP-AP 850GM. Those are fine, at least as far as we're aware. And we're instead talking only about the 750 and 850 units that we mentioned and have shown on the table here, because Gigabyte makes multiple models. Gigabyte via Amazon does what it can on the table here.
Piece of soup bundle crud. What?
Because Gigabyte makes multiple models. Gigabyte via Amazon does what it can to cover up this mess by lumping together all of its products, but even manipulating the average listing score can't save these power supplies from being prone to combustion. These bad reviews from users correspond with
PSU died almost immediately, cord melted and almost caught fire, fried 2 hard drives.
our findings as well. In our testing, we're going to give you the core details right up front. We have a lot to talk about today, but we do want to get the bulk of this out there immediately. So in our testing, 50% of units failed catastrophically during or after overpower protection testing. Some
Our product burst into flames. Let's try to cover it up. Surely that won't make things worse. That's how companies tend to operate these days, unfortunately. 50%? That is a very high failure rate. That's way too much. And the numbers pretty much coincide with Newegg reviews.
Today, but we do want to get the bulk of this out there immediately. So in our testing, 50% of units failed catastrophically during or after overpower protection testing. Some failed with 60% load just after the first overpower protection testing pass. We were able to identify the often MOSFETs that exploded specifically, and we'll talk about all of that. And also this will serve as a bit of an educational piece for power supply testing for you as well, if you're curious about it. In a survey that we conducted of buyers of these power supplies, where the data was collected via voluntary online.
Good thing. That's why you guys shouldn't cheap on PSUs. Get something new, get something good. That's why I went out of the way to get a to get an A+ on the power supply enthusiast tier list by enthusiasts, or whatever it's called. It's a very good PSU, and I'm hoping it lasts me for a very long time. Buy 2, so according to science, one of them will not blow up. So hi, Axaya Cattle.
Submission from our YouTube community page. 16% of users reported that their power supplies failed in such a way that they were no longer usable, and we did filter out data that looked bad. We required serial numbers, things of that nature, to isolate this. And then we aggregated the data from the reviews on Newegg.com separately, where we saw 54% of the customer reviews, and there are a lot of them, were of power supplies that failed. The data suggests that this is probably a bad product. Bad product, by the way, is a fair thing to say. We've sometimes seen this platitude.
Hi, buddy. Hey, Karesana. I went overkill. Mine is an 80 plus platinum. That's gonna last you a few decades, Turtle Man. So yeah, that's overkill.
Really sure the origin. This platitude that gets posted every now and then in comments about bad products don't exist, only bad prices exist. No, bad products exist. We have tested many of them. Sometimes they try to kill us. Even despite that, though, companies are absolutely allowed to make...
I've been running the same Corsair 1200 watts PSU from 2017. Holy shit, Karesana. Talking about overkill.
Origin. This platitude that gets posted every now and then in comments about bad products don't exist, only bad prices exist. No, bad products exist. We have tested many of them. Sometimes they try to kill us. Even despite that, though, companies are absolutely allowed to make mistakes.
Why are you going to power with 1200 watts? 6090? PSU runs on Spide, just like me.
These are complicated things to make. Look at it. And although it is well documented at this point, and failures of this magnitude are very preventable, we could understand if Gigabyte shipped some exploding units, realized it was a problem, and then recalled it and fixed it. What we won't stand for, though, is when the bad product is getting pushed on people knowingly who are in a vulnerable position. These, of course, are the people who, especially a few months ago when all this started, were desperate for a video card, especially at MSRP, finally had a chance to buy one, and then Newegg said, you gotta take this. And those people, if they were so fortunate, would be in the best position if they didn't need the power supply because they had one, they put it on a shelf, and were uncertain of what to do with it. But for the people who ended up using them...
Nope, just overpowered so it will run any upgrades I throw at it. Probably run so long because I hardly need 1200 watts. Oh, okay.
If it worked out for you, excellent. We don't have data to suggest that it will continue to do so, but maybe it will. And if it didn't work out for you, that sucks, because you didn't have a lot of recourse for a long time with these. First off, the biggest problem with all of this was that Newegg wouldn't take returns of a dead PSU without also requiring a return of the video card. When the RTX 30 series was being released, Newegg bundled these power supplies with RTX 30 series cards, and it seemed like a good deal at first glance. However, at that point, the first glance was also the only glance, because the video card was gone if you took more than just one glance. We're not sure the exact definition of a glance and the duration of it, but you get the idea. So within 45 nanoseconds, GPUs are gone on Newegg, especially back when they first came out, and that meant you bought a power supply, whether you needed it or not in a lot of cases. Now,
I got a 1050 watt on the same logic. Amazing.
Glance. We're not sure the exact definition of a glance and the duration of it, but you get the idea. So within 45 nanoseconds, GPUs are gone on Newegg, especially back when they first came out, and that meant you bought a power supply, whether you needed it or not in a lot of cases. Now, of course, in the worst of this market, anyone who won the lottery ticket to get an MSRP video card probably was going to stick with the payout of that lottery ticket, even after the attachment item, the power supply, maybe failed or became undesirable. If you had one of these things fail and you had to do some sort of warranty process or return process, there's a chance your video card goes away with it. That was what Newegg was requiring for some time from what we understand. And also, if you wanted to return it, you had to, again, at least for a long while, it was a big controversy online too, send everything back with it. So, enough for backstory.
Wow. So they force this combo. They force people to buy those PSUs with the combos. And if they die, which has a 50-50 chance, they will. You have to also return the graphics card. So basically you're left with nothing and they keep all your money. Amazing.
All right, let's do the teardown on the power supplies. We'll get Patrick Stone.
It sounds like they often didn't get the GPU and then had to send it back with the GPU for a refund, meaning you couldn't. Amazing.
Again, at least for a long while, it was a big controversy online too. Send everything back with it. So, enough for backstory. Let's do the teardown on the power supplies. We'll get Patrick Stone in to do that. He did all the testing for this as well. And all testing was performed prior to disassembly. As a reminder, do not disassemble power supplies, at least if you don't know what you're doing. It can be dangerous or potentially deadly if done improperly. But we've taken all necessary precautions for this.
So we attempted to do a root cause analysis.
These are professionals with a professional place with professional tools to professionally test this stuff. Don't do this at home. Hi, Bonnie. Hey, Dark Knight.
On these PSUs by opening them up and looking at the individual components. And what we found was that some
Modern capitalism is all about selling you the lowest of quality for the most money and then hiding it. Absolutely do not service your own PSU.
Improperly, but we've taken all necessary precautions for this.
So we attempted to do a root cause analysis on these PSUs by opening them up and looking at the individual components. And what we found was that some of the parts inside the PSUs weren't all from the same vendors.
Oh no.
And this differed based on the model and in some cases maybe just random chance. We're not really sure. But when we looked in there, we did find different parts. Now this makes sense if you've got like an 850 watt unit and a 750 watt unit.
Sometimes, but that tends to backfire. It's not sustainable because people lose trust in the company. You mean I shouldn't play Thunder God with my PSU? Damn, there goes my weekend. Lol. Just don't fuck with anything high voltage. Simple as.
On these PSUs by opening them up and looking at the individual components. And what we found was that some of the parts inside the PSUs weren't all from the same vendors. And this differed based on the model and in some cases maybe just random chance. We're not really sure. But when we looked in there, we did find different parts. Now this makes sense if you've got like an 850 watt unit and a 750 watt unit and they have different parts because there's different outputs, so you're going to have different parts. But even still, maybe they should be from the same vendor, the same source. What's strange though is when you've got an 850 watt unit over here and an 850 watt unit over here from the exact same family, supposed to be the same, and there are different parts. So it makes us wonder if maybe
Gamers Nexus and Jace 2 cents are the best PC builders on the net at the moment.
over here and an 850 watt unit over here from the exact same family, supposed to be the same, and there are different parts. So it makes us wonder if maybe there was some kind of silent fix during the manufacturing cycle of these power supplies, or maybe there was a component shortage. We don't really know. So what we did do is we...
Sounds like a component shortage. Or just plain, laziness, just grab whatever.
Went and looked at the individual components. There's a component shortage. We don't really know. So what we did do is we went and looked at the individual components to try and see what the differences were. And in the 750 watt unit, we have a brand named Jilin Sino, and they made the MOSFETs on the APFC and the primary switching. But then the MOSFETs in the 850 watt unit were a little bit different. If we come over here and look at this 850 watt unit, we do have one of them missing, but these guys right here were from a brand called NCE Power. Then if you go...
Coneja, build me a PC, get me the components and I'll see what I can do. Can I have out of the basement, please? What? Hello again. Second question. PC or console? Usually PC, but with Nintendo it's always console. I mean, there's no choice, so...
Go and look at the...
You shall learn the joy of servitude to my lady present. Enjoy that basement.
The MOSFETs on the APFC and the primary switching. But then the MOSFETs in the 850 watt unit were a little bit different. If we come over here and look at this 850 watt unit, we do have one of them missing, but these guys right here were from a brand called NCE Power.
NCE Power.
Then if you go and look at the DC 12 volt output, you look at the filtering caps over there on the 750 watt unit, and this is true for most of the 750 watt units we looked at. The conductive polymer caps, they have this orange here, and this little CS marker beside them indicates that they're from a company called Chinsan. But then if we move over to the 850 watt unit, and this is representative of most of the 850 watt units that we tested, no longer do we see orange, we now see blue. And this belongs to a company called Lilon.
Uh-oh. You put me there for saying I think Red Dead Redemption 2 was bad. Do you even like Red Dead Redemption 2? I haven't even touched Red Dead Redemption. I think you are confused, sir. I don't think I have ever mentioned Red Dead Redemption in this stream at all. Or in any stream at all.
Now, this is where it gets a little bit different. If we look at this other 850 watt unit, this guy right here, it should be blue, and it should be Lilon, but it's not. It's red, and it's TPO. So the conductive polymer caps were different between the 750 and the 850, and different between different models of the 850. In the 750 and the 850, so
okay,
let's should be
go
blue.
over that
if we
again.
look at the company that we test, move over to the 850. This little CS marker. Conductive polymer caps, they have this orange here, and this little CS marker beside them indicates that they're from a company called Chinsan. But then if we move over to the 850 watt unit, and this is representative of most of the 850 watt units that we tested, no longer do we see orange, we now see blue. And this belongs to a company called Lilon. Now, this is where it gets a little bit different. If we look at this other 850 watt unit, this guy right here, it should be blue, and it should be Lilon, but it's not. It's red, and it's TPO. So the conductive polymer caps were different between the 750 and the 850, and different between different models of the 850. It didn't stop there, though. If we keep going...
okay, they're kinda just grabbing what they get for the components.
If we look at the 750's aluminum electrolytic caps near this DC 12 volt output filtering area, you've got these green and gold ones. These green and gold ones were from a company we hadn't even heard of before, CHN cap. And then if you look at the configuration, it's pretty similar between the 750 and the 850, but in this 850, we have black and gray ones. And these black and gray or black and silver ones are from a company we just mentioned a minute ago, TPO. And once again, if we look at another 850 side by side, no longer do we have black and gray, but black and bronze or black and gold, whatever you want to call it. And these are from a company we hired.
That's bronze, sir, but details. Mixed quality components, mixed quality product. That checks out. Reminds me of what we do at my company, though. We just mash things together until shit works. That usually does it, but not here. I wish I knew what Gigabyte was even doing with this. Mexican engineering be like. My guess is that either they were running out of components or they just used what they got, what they had at hand. That's why the quality was all over the place. Diversity in components is our strength.
Of also Lilon. So it's just kind of strange that we've got two products from the exact same family with different components in them. We would really like to see more consistency in the components. So take a look at this, for instance. The bolt cap. This is it's a pretty typical bolt cap. Nippon Chemicon, 680 microfarad. And if we look at the 850 watt units, hey, look at this. All looks the same. Same vendor, Nippon Chemicon. Only difference between the 750 and 850 is the size of the cap. 680 microfarad versus 820 microfarad. So we'd like to see that kind of consistency across the whole family, but we don't.
Oh,
and that makes us wonder, what was Gigabyte doing? Were they like bargain sourcing the components? If that's the case, that's not exactly what you want out of a $100 to $150 price range. Gigabyte doing? Were they like bargain sourcing the components? If that's the case, that's not exactly what you want out of a $100 to $150 price range PSU.
A brief interruption from
No, definitely you don't want that. Him touching the contact points for that cap gives me anxiety. That's alright, Karesana. Those PSUs are dead. I don't know if you noticed, but you can see those PSUs were the ones that were some of the ones they had that exploded. %, that you run out of something and just find something that does the same and is solid. Delivery time are still fucked due to COVID. Capacitors can potentially hold a significant charge long after power is removed, or even the device dies. Oh, really? They're very dangerous if you don't know for sure that they're drained. But these guys probably did that. I mean, it's Gamers Nexus. I'm pretty sure they made sure they were completely drained, but I didn't know that. I'll take that in count. I'll keep that in mind if I see myself in the same room as a capacitor. With how fucky they are, they may come back to life just to fuck you. Let's go back over the caps. Wow. Hey, Shingocho. Sometimes if you unplug a PC and then push the power button, you see lights for a split second. That's just what was left in the capacitors. Ah, so that's what it is. Admittedly, we didn't see that. We didn't talk about this in IT school. The whole electricity part, that's a whole, that was a whole nother career, if you will, or program, more like.
For instance, the bolt cap.
You're probably not getting down to the circuit board level in IT stuff, yep.
In the components. So take a look at this, for instance. The bolt cap. This is it's a pretty typical bolt cap. Nippon Chemicon, 680 microfarad. And if we look at the 850 watt units, hey, look at this.
I remember trying to make a circuit board in high school. What a fun pain that was. Hello, explosions and everyone. Hey, how you doing, Shingochu?
Looks the same. Same vendor, Nippon Chemicon. Only difference between the 750 and 850 is the size of the cap. 680 microfarad versus 820 microfarad. So we'd like to see that kind of consistency across the whole family, but we don't. And that makes us wonder, what was Gigabyte doing? Were they like bargain sourcing the components? If that's the case, that's not exactly what you want out of a $100 to $150 price range PSU.
A brief interruption from Stone's work to talk about some assumptions. So we think Gigabyte probably knew shortly after these units started shipping to market that there were some serious problems, and what's known classically in the industry and specific terminology as an oops moment. Oops. We think that the
an oopsie. If you charge them too much, they blow and release a funny smoke. Carcinogenic. Nice. Cancer. Yay! Cancer! I made a tinfoil railgun with capacitors from disposable cameras in high school. One of those cameras gave me a nasty shock. Learn my lesson right quick. Don't fuck with capacitors. Fucking around and finding out. Let's go.
Shipping to market, that there were some serious problems. And what's known classically in the industry and specific terminology as an oops moment. We think that the return rate was probably high and that Gigabyte probably already made a lot of these. This makes the oops moment a higher severity oops, known as an oopsie doopsie, which is what Gigabyte was saying when it realized there was a problem. At this point, Gigabyte had already sold them to retailers like Newegg, so they just let the distribution continue through those channels. We don't know if this is still happening or if the power supplies are still being produced. Gigabyte may have killed them in the manufacturing process. However, at the time of the 30 series launch and for at least several months after, Newegg has had a lot of stock of them. Then, what made the situation worse for customers was that as the number of returns and bad reviews continued to escalate, Newegg stopped allowing returns of the power supplies by themselves.
Oh no. More of an oopsie poopsie. Biggest shock I've got was from a current transformer. Arm was numb for a couple of hours. Holy shit. I got a shock from a dodgy extension cable when I was little. My arm hurt for a bit, but thankfully nothing serious. Whoa, that cool VC killed you. I'm glad you're okay. Jeez, you and Naxa both. What can I say? You guys, like when I told you that I'm surprisingly resilient, I'm not joking. I'm either very lucky or way tougher than I look.
Then, what made the situation worse for customers was that as the number of returns and bad reviews continued to escalate, Newegg stopped allowing returns of the power supplies by themselves. This indicated—
Wow. AC is dangerous as heck, Coneja. Be careful. ACDC! Let's see. Well, after video's done, I'm gonna take a break to get something to drink.
Gigabyte was saying when it realized there was a problem. At this point, Gigabyte had already sold them to retailers like Newegg, so they just let the distribution continue through those channels. We don't know if this is still happening or if the power supplies are still being produced. Gigabyte may have killed them in the manufacturing process. However, at the time of the 30 series launch and for at least several months after, Newegg has had a lot of stock of them. Then, what made the situation worse for customers was that as the number of returns and bad reviews continued to escalate, Newegg stopped allowing returns of the power supplies by themselves.
Wow.
This indicated that they knew they were suspect and did not want them back. That's your garbage now. We sold it to you. In the end, what appears to have happened may not be precisely illegal, but it is generally regarded as a bad move. The negative user reviews and suspicion got some test data to back it all up back in November. Power supply review veteran Eris published a video review of his 750 watt unit failing with fireworks on his YouTube channel during normal testing. He attempted to report the failures to Gigabyte, but they basically said that there weren't any problems as far as they could see. Since then, we've had—
This is fine. Unironically, Gigabyte went, this is fine. Also, maybe later we'll see those fireworks.
Regarded as a bad move. The negative user reviews and suspicion got some test data to back it all up back in November. Power supply review veteran Eris published a video review of his 750 watt unit failing with fireworks on his YouTube channel during normal testing. He attempted to report the failures to Gigabyte, but they basically said that there weren't any problems as far as they could see. Since then, we've had viewers reach out with their own Gigabyte power supply failures and ask us to investigate these problems that obviously exist. So we decided to connect with Eris to compare notes. In Eris's review, he recommended that Gigabyte, quote, lower the OPP and the 12-volt OCP trip points. OPP we've already defined, and OCP is just overcurrent protection. Both of these are protections that help prevent the power supply from melting components. There are 2 out of 6 common protections that exist on high-quality power supplies, and we'll talk about just how high the trip points were on the Gigabyte power supplies and what we did to validate Aris's testing.
OCP, overcurrent protection. OTP. Hey, Drowsy, welcome. Thanks for the sub. Hey, you sold me shit. That's right, I sold it. It's yours now. Have fun. Pretty much. OCP, overcurrent protection. OTP, over temperature protection. OVP, over voltage protection. OPP, over power protection. UVP, under voltage protection. SCP, short circuit protection.
Later in the video. Our initial research for this was to figure out if it was just a hate parade on Newegg and Gigabyte, or if the product was actually bad. We really weren't sure when we were getting into this. We knew that Aris had 1 unit explode, but we didn't know if that was resolved in the time since he had reviewed it, if it was a one-off, or whatever. And certainly the evidence was piling for a hate parade on Newegg because of the bundling with the GPU situation. So we started looking into it, and we did a complete analysis of the Newegg reviews and conducted a search.
That's a big chunk for unusable PSUs. And especially bigger for DOA. SCCP number X, exploding PSU. Hey, if you put a bit to that, it may sound good. That's a big chunk of DOAs. A huge one. It's funny to see him giving Newegg the benefit of the doubt. Last I checked, I was a few steps away from charging the CEO to a fist fight. Oh, last I checked, he was a few steps away from charging the CEO to a fist fight. I think this is around the time when he started losing patience with Newegg. I think this was before that. This was just the beginning. Okay, give me a second. I am gonna get that soda now because I'm dry here, so I'll be back real quick. I am taking a shower after this. Holy shit. What's a drinking bun? A soda, though it's lost most of its fizzy stuff. It's lost most of its gas. Not gonna throw it away though. That's just a waste. Carbonation. Oof. Yep. Nah, but it's alright. It's still refreshing. It's still keeping me hydrated, and it was better than the pineapple juice I had earlier. So that's alright. Hey J-Dog, thanks for the sub. Welcome. So yeah, carbonation. I'm ESL, okay. Okay, back to fireworks. I like no gas soda. It's more sweet. I like my soda carbonated because it's more refreshing. But I'll take what I have. You know, beggars choosers. All right.
Survey once again of our YouTube community users. From Newegg Reviews, we learned that it wasn't just the 750 watt model that was failing. The GP P850GM had similar reviews, though notably fewer of them. DOA was the most frequently reported.
Very notable. That is a very huge gap between 850 and 750. Can't remember the last time I had soda. I usually don't take this much. I take more like carbonated water, which has less sugar than soda. It's just that I got a giant. I bought a giant Coke, and it was cheap, and it was the shop was closer to the one to the supermarket I go to for carbonated water. But so it is what I have. I can't drink carbonated stuff. Stinging sensations are one of my hypersensitivities. It feels like I'm drinking needles. Oof, sorry to hear that, Turtle Man. Not gonna lie, it sucks because carbonated stuff is so nice. And I got an ice pack to cool myself off. God, I needed that. In Mexico, people use stale warm Coca-Cola as a cheap alternative cough syrup. Here we use well, not stale Coca-Cola, but I learned a trick from my late uncle that you can clean oxide from metal stuff with Coca-Cola. It's fine. I can't miss what I was never able to enjoy, and it's healthier not drinking soda. Kinda works out. Yeah, it kinda does. My late uncle taught me a trick to use Coca-Cola to clean the oxide of metal stuff. I don't know why, but my dad put a raw egg on his Coca-Cola sometimes. He was just weird, Garden. It was just a weird taste, and that's fine. I used to put honey on my Vienna sausages. And I like to put lemon juice or lime juice on my fries. Ah, shit, that millennial Latino knowledge crosses borders. That millennial Latino knowledge crosses borders. We do that too? Nice, Axa. By the way, that trick is real, chat. If you have something like oxidized and stuff, leave it submerged in Coca-Cola for a bit, and then you brush it off. It'll leave it just as good as new, or rather, it just take the whole. It'll take the roast out of it.
750 watt model that was failing. The GP P850 GM had similar reviews, though notably fewer of them. DOA was the most frequently reported issue at 38.
DOA. The people that got DOA are very lucky. Maybe it actually spared you from losing the GPU. We don't know why we don't know why it works. It just works. Sticky but rusty. Nothing that a bit of alcohol to clean it off won't solve. Hell, you can just go with just clean it with just a bit of a bit of water and then dry it, and then it should be fine. As soon as you dry it, of course.
Had similar reviews, though notably fewer of them. DOA.
It's the phosphoric acid in it. Other acidic cleaners like lemon juice or vinegar can clean oxidation too.
DOA was the most frequently reported issue at 38. Similar reviews, though notably fewer of them. DOA was the most frequently reported issue at 38.2% for the 750 and 38.9% for the 850. Other commonly occur.
Those numbers are not great. 4% destroyed components. Oh god. Fails on their load. Yeah, white man coming with his science words trying to steal the magic from our ancient traditions.
User-reported failure modes were over time at 8% at worst, under load at about 2 to 3%, and random shutdowns at about 2% to 3%. There was also destruction of other components as one of the failure modes at 4% or 3% depending on the power supply.
4% is way too much. Holy shit.
All the GPP 750 GM reviews posted 54.3% DOA or rendered unusable, and the 850 was similar at 50%. These numbers from the reviews are staggering. From 209 total reviews at the time we originally did this data collection months ago, 112 of them described their PSUs as being unusable, with 80 of the 112 being DOA. That's too much DOA. Even in spite of that, our test data more closely resembled the Newegg reports than our user survey. Half of our units failed. To be clear, most of the failures are from overpower protection testing, and most users will not put their power supply through that type of load. However, it should survive it. That's what they're designed to do, and that's why it's called a protection, not a self-destruction device. And even still,
self-destruction protocol. It's not overpower protection, it's self-destruction protocol.
Protection testing, and most users will not put their power supply through that type of load. However, it should survive it. That's what they're designed to do, and that's why it's called a protection, not a self-destruction device. And even still, we obviously don't have enough sample size to test all of the failure types, and Gigabyte has potential to have many in here. Users in the review section of these products, we don't suspect, would be triggering OPP when they're failing to the extent that we were doing. And so we think most likely there's what would be known as a problem in the power supplies beyond just the overpower protection circuit. When we tested, we used...
You get a free bomb. Nice. 4%? That probability can make some people very happy, some gachas. I know, 4%? Holy shit, I wish I had that in FGO. But then again, I cannot complain with my, given my, my summer Erisa rolls, which, ended in a pretty funny happy accident. A toilet that would eventually explode under load was called the waste disposal system, but somebody joked it was the waste distribution system. Gotta love for that out of that one. Wait, toilets can explode under load? Well, now that gets me paranoid. Huh, she chuckled. That was a Big Bang Theory? Honestly, I didn't even watch the everything from the Big Bang Theory. Again, I have my gripes with it, and don't get me started with it, but I really like my souring only started to get worse when they all started getting girlfriends. The Howard Wolowitz waste disposal system on the International Space Station. I think I remember now. What was he was in charge of making a toilet for the space station? I think I saw. I remember that they were testing it with his mother's meatloaf, and it stuck to the roof. It did get worse at that point, yeah. It doesn't count as a Big Bang Theory joke without at least 2 laugh tracks. True, Kyle. Yes, you did see it. All right, I think. Yeah, it was the toilet saga. I think I remember 1 or 2 beats from that. So yeah, you activated my trap card. You acknowledge Big Bang Theory is funny sometimes. Take that, you rascally rabbit. Only sometimes. Okay, let's go back to power bombs.
Doing. And so we think most...
Coneja, your normie level is showing? Nah. It's fine.
Most likely, there's what would be known as a problem in the power supply. Users in the review section of these products, we don't suspect, would be triggering OPP when they're failing to the extent that we were doing. And so we think most likely there's what would be known as a problem in the power supplies beyond just the overpower protection circuit. When we tested, we used 4 750s and 4 850s initially.
That is a very high rate. Very technical term, problem. Failure rate of Gamers Nexus test units. 75% of the 750 watts ones died, and 20% of the 850 ones. It seems the 850 ones were just slightly safer. But yeah, that Overall, 50%. That's not great. Those are not great numbers.
3 of the 4 750s failed, and 1 of the 850s failed in that initial round. Of the 4 failures, 2 of the 750s and 1 of the 850s failed before overpower protection. That's
Oof. That's only 4 of each type, though. That's not a conclusive data set.
750s and 4 850s initially. 3 of the 4 750s failed, and 1 of the 850s failed in that initial round. Of the 4 failures, 2 of the 750s and 1 of the 850s failed before overpower protection. That's the bad part. The other 750 watt unit failed a few minutes after OPP testing. Protocols were followed in such a way that it modeled Eris's testing as closely as possible, because initially we were just trying to do good science and cross-validate.
Big oof for gigabyte. Yeah. It's not a conclusive data set, but that is still a lot. That is still a lot. Even no, not even that. I still think that there is still a lot. There is a. And remember what Steve said: as returns and prices, as prices for the PSUs went down, also the reviews. So even if the Gamers Nexus didn't get any conclusive data, there is a at least the evidence are going by the reviews and reports. That's not good. That is a cause for concern.
During our testing, our load tester suffered 3 blown fuses and we lost the RTX 3080. However, the failure.
Can we pay respects to the 3080 that sacrificed itself for this testing? Yeah, sounds like he validated what the other channel demonstrated. F and 07.
Possible, because initially we were just trying to do good science and cross-validate. During our testing, our load tester suffered 3 blown fuses and we lost the RTX 3080. However, the failure of that 3080 was not specifically traced back to the power supply. We were unable to root cause it, at least as of now. There's a possibility that the graphics card died on its own. It's a Gigabyte graphics card, so unfortunately for Gigabyte, if the video card's death was unrelated to Gigabyte's power supplies, it is still related to Gigabyte.
That is indeed very unfortunate. Rape warrior. Even if it wasn't the power supply's fault, it's still a Gigabyte product, so that's unfortunate.
That the graphics card died on its own. It's a Gigabyte graphics card, so unfortunately for Gigabyte, if the video card's death was unrelated to Gigabyte's power supplies, it is still related to Gigabyte. We're not sure what killed it. It may have had its own design fault, but that's still a Gigabyte problem. Anyway, it was literally out of the box, brand new, unboxed for the test. It worked with no problems for a few days, and then it died. Possibly related, 8 of the 209 Newegg reviews also reported destroyed components, but most were linked to SATA power connections.
For each of the devices that we tested, we ran the devices for 2 minutes at 20%.
I'm more inclined to believe it was the PSU, but you never know. Weird stuff have happened out there.
Load, 60% load, and 100% load. Then we went to 10-second intervals at 110%, 120%, 130%, and 140%, or until overpower protection triggered. Once overpower protection triggered, we let the PSU reset itself and then turned it back on at the point just before it triggered. So if it failed at 140%, we jump back to 130% to start searching for the exact overpower protection trigger point. From there, we'd use these little guys right here, and we would nudge these things up just a little bit at a time, each of these current levels on each of the rails, to find exactly where the overpower protection trigger point was.
Not gonna lie, I would like to work at Gamers Nexus. Like, just be around and get to test or help around with stuff. And see all the nice equipment they have. Like, look at all their stuff for PSU testing and whatnot.
At that point, the power supply would trigger and trip again. We'd let it reset, and then we give it about 5 minutes, just like what Eris was doing in his testing, and then we'd bring it back online at 60% load so that we could see if it was still working properly. To validate the methodology, we ran the test on a known good PSU before moving on to the gigabyte units. The known good PSU went through the testing protocol without problems. During all the tests, our Sun Moon SM8800 provided precise and accurate input control by allowing easily repeatable adjustment of the amperage down to the nearest hundredth of an ampere. When reading the output, the SM8800 provided voltage reporting accuracy to the nearest hundredth of a volt. The SM220, the top unit, provided accurate power measurements down to the hundredth of a watt and amperage measurements to the nearest thousandth of an amp. Both load testing devices allowed us to control the experiment in a way that would have been nearly impossible to do in a PC using synthetically generated loads.
That'd be a really good fit for you, but sadly they're probably very selective. You could run a great channel like this, but you'd need the starting funds for this kind of equipment. Yeah. I need to have a bit of a stronger budget to get something, a channel like this going.
The ease of monitoring and adjustment ensured.
Though, also given Steve's usual attitude towards waifus, I don't think he'd be too willing to to take me in for a job or even just an internship.
That our testing and results were reliable and consistent.
We tested our first 2 purchased 850s in February, actually, in an effort to replicate Eris's exploded MOSFETs, but both of those units performed as they should have, triggering OPP and resetting with no issues. We then tested a viewer-provided 750 in March and a viewer-provided 850 in early May that both passed all tests without issues. By the time we got to our 5th unit, we were beginning to think that the whole situation was maybe blown out of proportion by the internet, and maybe it was just hate about being forced to buy a video card with a power supply that was undesirable. That's when things changed for the worse, or the better, depending on if you're gigabyte. The 5th test was on another viewer unit, and this time it was an 850 watt model. The unit survived.
Hey, Obani, I hope you have been well, mate. Hey, Wenham, how you doing? Bro, an oscilloscope? No idea if that it's same in English. It's expensive as fuck. Let me let me see.
Shoes. By the time we got to our 5th unit, we were beginning to think that the whole situation was maybe blown out of proportion by the internet, and maybe it was just hate about being forced to buy a video card with a power supply that was undesirable. Oof. That's when things changed for the worse, or the better, depending on if you're gigabyte. The 5th test was on another viewer unit, and this time it was an 850 watt model. The unit survived the initial ramp and triggered OPP at 140% load. When we brought it back to 130% and began incrementing to find the exact OPP trigger point, that's when one of the APFC MOSFETs exploded. The exploded FET was an end.
Oh, that poor guy. Let's go.
That's when things changed for the worse, or the better, depending on if you're gigabyte. The 5th test was on another viewer unit, and this time it was an 850 watt model. The unit survived the initial ramp and triggered OPP at 140% load. When we brought it back to 130% and began incrementing to find the exact OPP trigger point, that's when one of the APFC MOSFETs exploded. The exploded FET was an NCE Power NCE 65T180F. Oddly, the failure was in a different brand of component, a different model of power supply, and a different location within the power supply than in Eris's testing. This complicated things. The next power
Okay. So maybe it is a component issue?
different brand of component, a different 180F. Oddly, the failure was in a different brand of component, a different model of power supply, and a different location within the power supply than in Eris's testing. This complicated things. The next power supply we tested replicated Eris's failure exactly. The components inside were the same as what Eris had found in his failed unit, and the two components that failed were in the exact same location, and the way they exploded was eerily similar to what Eris had shown back in November or so. The most interesting thing about the failure was that it happened after the unit successfully shut down on OPP testing at 140% and its exact trigger point of 133%. In other words, it
Okay, looks like a component issue. And the OPP system works, it seems, once at best. If it happens again, that PSU is cooked. What the fuck? After shutdown? It seems the OPP works the first time around, but it's not. It doesn't hold up for a second. OP situation.
About the failure was that it happened after the unit successfully shut down on OPP testing at 140% and its exact trigger point of 133%. In other words, it survived OPP testing the way it was supposed to. It passed. It was almost through. And then it failed at 60%.
I'm sorry, not OPP, OVP.
Trigger point of 133%. In other words, it survived OPP testing the way it was supposed to. It passed. It was almost through. And then it failed at 60%. So we waited 5 minutes after the 140%, the 133% testing. We turned it on. We put a 60% load on the power supply, and that's when the catastrophic failure occurred. It blew up. It would have made sense if the failure occurred under a heavier load, but 60% is not a heavy load. It's a very normal workload for most computers to be under, at least in our space, and to explode at 60% is just unacceptable for any power supply. So 60% load is easy to achieve on a 750 watt power supply with a high-end GPU and a high-end CPU playing a game. At that point, we decided to go all in and acquire.
I mean, I don't think I'm reaching I wonder how much I'm reaching in terms of consumption. I have to look into it.
60% load is easy to achieve on a 750 watt power supply with a high-end GPU and a high-end CPU playing a game. At that point, we decided to go all in and acquire 4 more 750 watt units from Newegg. The next unit we tested failed while attempting to locate the exact OPP trigger point. This time, the right APFC FET failed with a mild spark and then a small puff of smoke. This one shared the same failure location as our first failed 850 watt unit, so now we'd had 2 different MOSFET brands fail in the same location of the design on 2 different models. After sharing these findings with Eris and some other professionals in the PSU space, we began to lean more towards manufacturing or design as the likely cause of failure. Since we thought we might be...
You're not wrong, Steve. You're just an asshole. Okay, now it's different components.
FET failed with a mild spark and then a small puff of smoke. This one shared the same failure location as our first failed 850 watt unit, so now we'd had 2 different MOSFET brands fail in the same location of the design on 2 different models. After sharing these findings with Eris and some other professionals in the PSU space, we began to lean more towards manufacturing or design as the likely cause of failure. Since we thought we might be...
I was right. Highly suggest that I fix its separator tool. It was there for a second. This? I already have a pretty decent set of tools for PC, phone, laptop, maintenance and whatnot, but I'll look into it. Yepers? The iFixit said okay.
Two different MOSFET brands fail in the same location of the design on two different models. After sharing different location as our first failed 850 watt unit, so now we'd had two different MOSFET brands fail in the same location of the design on two different models. After sharing these findings with Eris and some other professionals in the PSU space, we began to lean more towards manufacturing or design as the likely cause of failure. Since we thought we might be onto something, we did what we do and went a little bit crazier with it. We rigged up a bunch of thermocouples to unit number 9 and worked on some more testing. For this,
that separator tool, it's made of a spring steel or something. I've used it for everything. Oh, nice. Okay. iFixit separator tool.
failure. Since we thought we might be onto something, we did what we do and went a little bit crazier with it. We rigged up a bunch of thermocouples to unit number 9 and worked on some more testing. For this one, interestingly, it popped the same FET as the previous one did, and the two power supplies had sequential serial numbers 2396 and 2397. The MOSFETs are rated for operation up to 150 degrees Celsius, and the point of failure we were able to reach with a thermocouple probe, so it's not an exact measurement of the failure point, but it was 195 degrees Celsius. Over temperature protection, regardless of the delta, internal versus external on this, which is not, by the way, 45 degrees, that's insane, the OTP should have kicked in and shut the unit down. We at this point had seen enough to validate Eris's testing and needed to put a cap on our own time investment because it had been and still is dragging on for months at this point. We would not be comfortable using these at this point. We decided to go all in on this and do one final run, and that was for endurance testing. We needed to build a system that we were okay with losing any of the parts in it to the power supply in the event the power supply took something out with it if it died. So naturally, we decided to go all in on this and do one final run, and that was for endurance testing. We needed to build a system that we were okay with losing any of the parts in it to the power supply in the event the power supply took something out with it if it died. In it, endurance testing. We needed to build a system that we were okay with losing any of the parts in it.
Probably some low-end components I'd feel are right-ish to sacrifice for the cause.
To the power supply in the event the power supply took something out with it if it died. So naturally, we built this computer. This computer is filled almost entirely with gigabyte components. So we were...
Okay. We're gonna use the stuff we're okay with losing. It's all made with gigabyte. The sheer spite in this test, I know.
To go all in on this and do one final run, and that was for endurance testing. We needed to build a system that we were okay with losing any of the parts in it to the power supply in the event the power supply took something out with it if it died. So naturally, we built this computer. This computer is filled almost entirely with gigabyte components, so we were more willing to part with them if they went up in flames. The RTX 3080 did. We later replaced it with the 6900 XT. Otherwise, we had 16 gigabytes of gigabyte DDR. We part with
Chernobyl build.
With them if they went up in flames. We built this computer. This computer is filled almost entirely with gigabyte components, so we were more willing to part with them if they went up in flames. The RTX 3080 did. We later replaced it with the 6900 XT. Otherwise, we had 16 gigabytes.
Oh, come on. But all right. I can see the video card sag. Put some brass on it. But then again, 3080 Chan didn't survive the X
3080 did. We later replaced it with the 6900 XT. Otherwise, we had 16 gigabytes of gigabyte DDR4 4800 megahertz memory running at 3600, Z590 master motherboard LF2 360, which I actually don't want to lose that one, and a Corsair 5000D airflow. We set it up to run loops of playing games and running synthetic benchmarks, switching between them with a 60% power load, and plan to let it run for about 1 month, as that was the most common overtime failure interval from Newegg data. That endeavor, by the way, lasted 72 hours before we walked in one day and the screen was black and the room smelled like the magic smoke had come out of something. And that was, again...
Oh no, the cancer smoke. GPU, bruh. Though 72-hour marathon, though, that's not too bad.
As that was the most common overtime failure interval from Newegg data. That endeavor, by the way, lasted 72 hours before we walked in one day and the screen was black and the room smelled like the magic smoke had come out of something. And that was, again, the GPU. Take a moment to remember it. Being uncertain what...
pay respects, Chad.
...actually killed the GPU, we continued on with the 6900 XT, and the system ended up, after crashing several times due to AMD driver issues that are unrelated, ended up surviving. We only endurance tested one unit, and we can't account for all the types of workloads that are out there, so unfortunately this is not conclusive, but we thought it'd be worth trying it just to see. We can't be 100% certain what the failure is, but we have some pretty good ideas at this point. So, our belief...
Hey, sis Nazgul. So it will only last a Minecraft week. Whenever I go back to Minecraft, actually, I think it wouldn't even last half a week of well, yes, a week of my FF14 sessions.
Is that a protection circuit needs improvement. It could be OCP, it could be OTP, it could be OPP. But without a lot more testing...
GPU could have provided some poor person with years of gaming, yet it died in sacrifice for the betterment of everyone. She did what she had to do. Her sacrifice will not let her waste. Or rather, Gamers Nexus didn't let her sacrifice go to waste.
And by a lot, we mean basically being in the lab that Gigabyte should have access to with hundreds of these, that we can't draw a conclusion. So we strongly believe that these failures could be prevented with better design and probably better component selection. We also agree with Eris's suggestions in his written review that, quote, over 130% OPP and OCP triggering points are not good. They should be triggering sooner than this. It's not necessarily a good thing that the power supply can sort of run at 130% if a user tries to push it to run at that level. It should be shutting down sooner. When we reached out to Gigabyte to ask a few questions about these two power supply models, they eventually responded. They stood by the decisions to use the MOSFETs that failed in OPP testing. It's interesting that for OPP, Gigabyte informed us that the 750 watt unit was designed for an OPP range of 825 watts to 925 watts. They said the 850 watt unit was designed for 950 to 1050. The reason this is interesting is because that's not where they actually triggered. All of our units exceeded those ranges for OPP. So this breaches the intended design already. Failure.
So basically they got the thresholds fucked up and they are unwilling to accept it. Nice, Gigabyte. Rest in peace, GPU-chan.
Detection isn't solely on the OPP circuit. Another protection that could have been prevented again is OTP. In Gigabyte's response, the company wrote that OTP in these units is designed to trigger over 55 degrees Celsius ambient at full load, as long as the cooling...
Holy shit, that one wouldn't last here with this weather. I'm actually surprised OTP hasn't triggered on my stuff with how hot it's been lately.
Detection isn't solely on the OPP circuit. Another protection that could have been prevented again is OTP. In Gigabyte's response, the company wrote that OTP in these units is designed to trigger over 55 degrees Celsius ambient at full load. As long as the cooling fan here is working, then the ambient temperature of the power supply should never reach that point. It would have been more beneficial to monitor the heat sinks of the MOSFETs, but that starts getting into cost and design decisions. So the circuitry here needs revisions. And some of the components are questionable too, like some of these capacitors we are suspicious of. The GP P850GM failure rates are not good, but the 750 is somehow tragically worse. It's actually the worst we've ever seen in any electronics product we've worked on in the last 14 or 15 or so years.
Wow.
So the quality of the MOSFETs and capacitors is questionable. The protection circuitry needs improvement. That leads us to the obvious conclusion of don't willingly buy this, and probably don't accept it if Newegg's going to try and force it on you either, because that's stupid and Newegg needs to learn. If you already have one of these running, just like we did in our endurance testing rig that was running for a month, it's possible there'll never be a problem. Not all of them are bad. Again, ours ran nearly endlessly, switching between types of load and idle periods and everything like a user scenario for a month. No issues, except for the dead RTX 3080. But we still...
It was running fine, except when it didn't. Worst ever. Holy shit. That's a very questionable title if you get it from Gamers Nexus.
For a month, it's possible there'll never be a problem. Not all of them are bad. Again, ours ran nearly endlessly, switching between types of load and idle periods and everything like a user scenario for a month. No issues, except for the dead RTX 3080. But we still don't know if that was a different Gigabyte issue. If you are thinking about buying this power supply, don't. Simple enough. If you have it in your system and it's running, it seems like it's been running fine, then we're not going to tell you to rip it out. We have data that suggests it may be fine. And it might be fine forever. We don't know that. We couldn't run it that long. It's a long time. But I'll break rank here and tell you what I personally would think, and you can decide what you want to do. Personally, I would not be comfortable leaving this running in my computer. I would remove it, and I would probably very aggressively pursue a refund with Newegg. That's what I would do, but I'm also acutely aware that we have some data that suggests it may be fine forever, just like I'd be aware of some other public...
I don't know. I'm with Steve in this one. I wouldn't gamble. I wouldn't gamble with that PSU. Where is the yeah, with failure rates like that, why risk the rest of your rig? Why is he so diplomatic? It's called being professional, Axaya Cattle. Especially with a 75% failure rate. I think there is at least the PSU enthusiast tier list. Cultist. There it is. Legend. Blue gold, best units in the tier, proven by professional reviews, does not require quiet operation for tiers PC. Quiet operation under moderate load. The one I got was this one. The Superflower Lidex 7 gold. Images. And as you can see on the tier list, it's a golden one. It's on the best in the tier list, on the high-end tier. I told you I wasn't going to cheap out on power supplies. Not gonna risk it. You can tell this is I think a good rule to go is to buy PSUs that are in the gold platinum rating on the good. Maybe keep it if it has run well for a year or if it has run for a year or so, and if it's faulty, it will have broken by now. It's still a gamble nonetheless. Like the box and the packaging and the bag this came from, like this one is indeed very high end. So I will totally recommend these the super flower PSUs if you can get one. Those K-Boom PSUs had the 80 plus thing. Yep, Shingocho. Yep. Power supplies are pretty cheap as far as the PC build goes. There's no good reason for that to be the corner you cut. Yeah, but this is the 1000 watt one. But either way, back to the video.
Application ran this, and I had it in my system. I would still take it out. That's just my opinion. You can do whatever you want.
And I have one without one? I mean, I won't criticize you, but goddamn, Shingocho. You living, you're living at the, how does the saying goes? You like to have living, that sounds like living with the thrill of danger every day. So I win the gacha by being alive. Yeah. Not having an 80 plus rating at all means at least 20% of the power it draws is wasted. Oh damn. Which means the components are too shit to hold the electricity. Ah, the edge of the knife. Yeah. Shingocho living at the edge of the knife. Which means it doubles as an explosive device. We're not telling you to buy a new PSU, Shingocho. But it'd be best to get a better one. Chat is right that PSUs are not that expensive. Sure, but we're not telling him that either. For your safety and your rigs, I hope your PSU holds up. I got a total overkill PSU for $200. You can get solid ones for way less. Oh, I thought was like more probability to fail if I hadn't had the 8 plus. It's really hard to find stuff without the 80 bronze around. It's more like you are it's like Turtleman says, you are wasting power, and also there's more chances that it could just explode. Shingocho gambling with true real life high stake gacha. It's kinda both. The build quality can be good to lose 20% of the electrical current like that. That hurts your electric bill too, but the explosion angle is a lot more concerning. It explodes your bill. It explodes your electric bill or you. Double-edged gamble, damn. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna look for a... Let me see. Let me check on Amazon real quick. Let me check on Amazon. Something affordable and decent quality. Gotta do the math with the components. 700 watts already costs like 70 USD. Is not a cheap store. Honestly, 70 is not that bad. Let me see. 700 watt. Let's see. Let's go 750. Hmm. Hmm. Do you mind if it's non-modular? You can get some non-modular ones are a pain in the ass for cable management, but they're pretty cheap. I have three chips. I have 3 hard drives plus the SSD. Oh, there is, this one is, there is, let me show you. No, it's not about looks, it's about quality. For example, well, it's mainly with the cable management. For example, there's a EVGA 750 watt. EVGA 750 and one 750 watts. 2-year warranty. Me thinks he means non-modular is fine. Oh, okay. So for example, this. Ah, god damn it. Amazon. Amazon and their fucking long links. Let me see if this works. Sorry. There we go. You can't stream this, just got a DPID number. There we go. Like, modular is just to have more control with the cables and nothing more, right? Yeah, basically with modular, you use the cables you need. Like, there is no extra cables that you are not using and are just taking space. Example, this one is 60 bucks. This 700 one, it's 700 watts one, is 54. Okay, Thermaltake, Gigabyte, Montech. This one has no branding, but it's 62 bucks. So yeah, definitely there's options out there. Okay, back to the video. So if you already have a rig, I suggest going with a more solid PSU just to be safe. Okay, back to the video for real.
Lastly, and actually most importantly, we don't think e-waste that's stuck on shelves should be forcibly pushed on users who are desperate to purchase a device when it is in short supply. This was clearly a poor quality product. Newegg almost certainly knew about this in advance. That's why it was part of the shuffle. And this should have been handled between Newegg.
I will suggest a Corsair option too. Thanks, I need to have the money and see. It's alright, Shinkoche. If you have any questions about PC building, you are in the right place with the right VTuber. Never been wrong by Thermaltake either. Thermaltake is pretty solid.
And Gigabyte. It's actually worse if they work together and still pushed it on the users. That's a lot more terrifying. But anyway, customers shouldn't have to bear the burden of a known bad product and finding a local e-waste recycler near them to get rid of it. So that's it for this one. Simple enough. Don't buy it.
I need to sleep.
And,
Good night, everyone. It
thanks
was
for
nice
watching,
here.
as always.
Thank you
for
coming, Garden.
If you want to support this type of work, go to store.gamersnexus.net.
Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier, but usually by now it should be starting to cool off.
By watching the video.
Even though we had
subscribe for more.
a bit of
see you all
rain
next
here
time.
and there, summer is still going very strong. And overall, it seems summer is being extended, while also kind of trying to get winter going, but summer's going like, nope, I'm staying for a while longer now, which sucks. Okay, let's watch another one. PSU explosions, let's go. Yeah, we can watch another video. I want winter too. Me too. I want winter. I want to drink hot cocoa. I want to play games during the day without suffering fucking summer. All right, second video. And link. Oh, Gamers Nexus is also talked about Palworld lawsuit. No! Don't take Palworld from me. I'm seeing that a good chunk of Latin America is in its worst drought in decades. Oof. And we're not getting the worst of it. Like, we're actually in a relatively better place compared to other places. Hey, Nintendo, please just let Palworld be. Nintendo will probably lose, and if they don't, Palworld will probably just need a few quick changes and then it'll be back up. I wouldn't worry too much, it's mostly bluster. Sony said, not Sony, Nintendo says. The Nintendo thing is so weird. And it's actually in line with Nintendo, but what can we do? It's telling that they're going the PS patent route. They already realized they couldn't even make a solid copyright case. No fun allowed! No fun allowed! Speaking of, I want to go to have a Palworld stream. It will be fun. And see if we can finally get that male Bella Noir. Frankly, I thought they had some solid ground on copyright with a few PAL designs, but their lawyer must have disagreed. This is a Hail Mary. We all knew they'd sue Palworld eventually. Everyone was calling since the announcement trailer. But it's not even for the monster. They're fighting for like the gameplay. So weird. Yeah. Nintendo invented throwing shit at other people to capture them. Someone I follow theorized it could have been shareholders pressing them to do something. That's an interesting take. Okay, let's good chance, but Nintendo does get weird about the rights stuff sometimes. Hard to say. Okay, second explosion video. Oh. Speedrun gigabyte power supply explosion. Biggest failure yet. Let's go. Imagine buying a bunch of expensive PC components just to do a bump speed run. Oh, we can see the video. Whoops. Sorry. Overrun the sensor. No phone allowed. Sorry. Yeah, Overrun says no phone allowed. Let me. Like, there's a ton of Pokemon likes that they haven't touched on either. Only focusing on power because of how big it got. Truly no phone allowed. Man, I wish we could have. Hey Eric, how you doing? And because people kept comparing to their more recent main series games in Palworld's favor. Man, I love Pokemon, but I'm gonna be honest. Scarlet, Violet, in general, most of the Switch era Pokemon has been terrible. Bad. I can't have any fun. We'll have any fun. Don't listen to Overrun. Remember that Overrun. Do not believe his lies. The Switch era has not been great for Pokemon. The only one that kind of saved it was Pokemon Arceus, and even then, that isn't considered a mainline game. Like, it's more like a spin-off. They should pull a Microsoft and just buy the competition. I highly doubt they will do that with Palworld. So yeah, like, this is the first time ever that I don't feel the itch to rush into a Pokemon, into current Pokemon games. Except for Pokemon Arceus. Pokemon Arceus was like stuff going in the right direction, but then every fucking thing about Scarlet and Violet. If I ever get a Switch, I'm just gonna go for Pokemon Arceus. Maybe Sword and Shield. Hell, I think I can find some second-hand Pokemon games for Switch, I'm pretty sure. But if possible, I won't be paying full price for that. Even if already most of the bugs have been patched and whatnot. It's just Scarlet and Violet doesn't look great. Even with the bugs and issues fixed. The fucking plot, the character design, I fucking hated it. Like, they actually went back on the player character customization. the ugly ass uniforms, the unfucking likable characters on top of their questionable designs, and the fucking terrible evil team, which isn't much of a evil team, but honestly, it's literally a bunch of nerds trying to be bullies at a school. Yeah, that about sums it up. It's not even an evil team. It's just a bunch of nerds trying to be bullies at a school, and even then they're doing a terrible job because nobody takes them seriously. So, lol, nerds. Yep. They're literally trying. I am not even joking. It's nerds trying to be bullies, and everyone else just laughs at them. No joke. Oh, and your rival is a yandere.
I need backup. Bomb has been silenced. I need backup. Bomb has been silenced.
Today we're going to do an
Remember when Team's Plasma and Flare had, like, actual points? Wasn't that nice? It was. Arven is unironically the best character in the game. I'll give it to Scarlet and Violet. I like that I like that ghost Pokemon. That ghost dog Pokemon that's like a grave. The ghost dog Pokemon. I like that one. Grievard and Houndstone. Yeah, that one. Oh, fuck.
Today we're going to do an uncut speed run. We're going to speed run the explosion of a gigabyte power supply. We're not going to have any cuts in this video, including the ad break. And the whole point of this is going to be to address something that Gigabyte said in its press release.
Okay. Can we bring Lily back? She's adorable. Yeah, we need Lily back. I think Yono is still popular among the gym leaders and Larry. True, people love Yono. Oh, Yono is good too. Like, she is the one character design that you can save from that whole mess. Yono is great. Larry's just some dude, and yeah, that is kinda great. Okay, let's continue with the last one because I really want to take a shower. I feel sticky and gross. So let's see. Explosion speedrun, let's go. Man, I want that PC case. I still need a new piece, a new case for to use the vertical mount kit I got. I have the kit there and I can't use it because my my case is too small. I need to get a new one. How stinky.
Point of this is going to be to address something that Gigabyte said in its press release. Gigabyte, when responding to an issue that we covered recently about the power supplies detonating, said something very simple. It said that the testing was done over an extended period of time, and it kept saying over and over again that we were basically putting it under extreme load scenarios. Now, technically, Gigabyte said certain media outfits. It was afraid to name us. That's okay. I would be too if I were Gigabyte. But it really meant...
The fucking damn. Damn, Steve peacocking a little bit, like puffing his chest.
Afraid to name us. That's okay. Gigabyte said certain media outfits. It was afraid to name us. That's okay. I would be too if I were Gigabyte. But it really meant us, because we most recently tested it, and before us, Eris from Hardware Busters did the testing back in October and November, found the same issue, and I believe Igor's lab has found the same problem as well. Problem is, when you hit OPP, or in the process of approaching OPP, which is over power protection, the power supply, instead of shutting down like it should, which is what a protection mechanism does, will explode. And like we said in the previous video...
That's interesting. Over OPP, the power supply's OPP is just, I'll just explode. No. It's the pop team. I fucked up the pop team epic reference. Gigabyte PSU's OPP is, I'll just self-destruct the balls. I will watch the clip, but I think YouTube will bonk me for watching Popting Epic. The PSU's nickname is Voltorb. The Voltorb units.
It is no longer a protection if, in order to prevent an explosion, you preemptively explode it.
That's a good way to put it. I'm going to prevent an explosion by exploding.
It really meant us, because we most recently tested it, and before us, Eris from Hardware Busters did the testing back in October and November, found the same issue, and I believe Igor's lab has found the same problem as well. Problem is, when you hit OPP, or in the process of approaching OPP, which is over power protection, the power supply, instead of shutting down like it should, which is what a protection mechanism does, will explode. And like we said in the previous video, it is no longer a protection if, in order to prevent an explosion, you preemptively explode it. That's still a catastrophic failure. That's not how it's supposed to work. So
it just works. It just works, okay? Trust Gigabyte. It's like preventing a nuke with a grenade. No, it's like preventing a nuke with another nuke, which, depending on the countries, it might just be that might just be it. But pretty much.
We're gonna do testing on this.
If the nukes are already in the air, though.
Prevent an explosion, you preemptively explode it. That's still a catastrophic failure. That's not how it's supposed to work. So we're gonna do testing on this live.
Todd will disagree, Steve.
Basically, uncut, and see. That's still a catastrophic failure. That's not how it's supposed to work. So we're gonna do testing on this live, basically, uncut, and see how quickly we can make this one explode to address Gigabyte's repeated statements of extended lengths of time and other mischaracteristic things they've said about our testing. So I'm gonna take
It just works. It just works.
this in, hand this off to Patrick Stone, and he will hook it up to the DC load tester.
Yes.
And we'll provide some commentary too. Now, as we get into this video is brought to you by Corsair and the 5000D, and that is a case that we tested very positively. It has an airflow version and a solid version. We've liked the airflow version. You can grab that at the link in the description below if you're trying to build a higher-end mid-tower gaming PC. Okay, so Stone, do you want to explain the basics of what you're doing right now?
4000D.
Indeed, yeah. So what I'm doing right now is just connecting all of the modular cables into the power supply, and they've already been connected to our SM8800 load tester. The load tester's already been configured for the correct loads. We're doing 20%, then 60%, then 100%, and then we'll go over those 100% values at 110, 120, 130, 140. Hopefully, these things will all trip at somewhere in that 130 to 140 range.
Right.
If not, that's even more bad news for Gigabyte.
Yes.
But so we got it all plugged in here, and now I'm just gonna go ahead and switch things on. So we just go to our
Variac.
Variac, our input regulator, and then from there it goes to the SM8800, and then the SM8800 has a SM220 electronic load on there. Also make sure to switch on the power supply, and that's good.
We didn't get this far in IT school. My branch didn't go too deep into the circuit part. A shame, but oh well.
And then we turn this guy on. When we turn the SM8800 on, we should be able to look at the input voltage, and it's at 116. So we'll go up here
To the Variac.
to the Variac, and we'll adjust it down to 115. That's what it's spec'd for, is 115.
So the whole point of the Variac is to help us adjust for voltage coming from the wall.
That's right. Yeah, changing loads. Yeah, because you can guess that it's 115 or 120, but better to know.
Yeah.
You don't need to do this for any normal troubleshooting. IT's job ends with you need a new PSU. But hey, you never know. Oh fuck, no phone, not like this. Phone is dying. Give me low power mode. Let me... Little off topic. What happened, Aaron? Let me see. Okay, it is charging. Currently, it's working on a slasher fan comic, and I need a name for a Latin preppy girl that's in the popular clique, but not the queen bee. I was thinking of a friend's name from high school, but I don't know. Is she a bitch? If she's part of the bitch clique, I'd say go for it. I like how he was making an ad and then exploding the competition. Multitasking. True artistry right there. Batch click, but also the MC. I'ma be real, Aaron. Latino names are more often than not kinda... Lately you see Latinos with Englishy names like Jessica, Kelly, and so on and so forth. Who's Nari? From what country, Latino? So like Jessica, Kelly. I've seen a Molly around. I noticed English is very popular. I know a bunch of Elizabeth. Yeah? Elizabeth is also very common. There is a most popular names by country. Kind of a bitchy Latina, but not the queen bee. Oh, wait, no, you said popular. Hey! Now you get the 5 minutes, Zoodleman. Axaya Carol, ¿aún estás ahí? Oh, I've seen Abigails around, but they pronounce it here as Abigail. English names are actually kind of common in Latin America. Don't let woke types tell you otherwise. Hell, I've seen plenty of Karens. Diana. Marys. Not Maria, Marys. I had a classmate called Shannon, but that wasn't common. Yeah, Shannon is not as common. It's the names I get. The names I said tend to be more common. I met a Magali once. What about Gabriela? I wouldn't say it's common, but that's a normal name. Magali... it's a weird name. It's in the verge of being common, but also not common. Gabriela. I mean, what I'm saying is that don't overthink the name. Latinos use a lot of English names more often than not. Bonnie's sister's name is English, actually. Okay, back to the video. Oh.
From the whole point of the variac is to help us adjust for voltage coming from the wall.
That's right. Yeah, changing loads. Yeah, because you can guess that it's
Hell,
115.
If it's for men, you also hear Gary, John, and Gary, John a lot, and John a lot. Well, Gary not so much, but John is John, James. Okay, they say James. John is also very common. Brian, even though they pronounce it and write it wrong. So yeah, first names are honestly not too much of a brain breaker. I know a Joe, short for Jose.
Help us adjust for voltage coming from the wall.
That's right. Yeah, changing loads. Yeah, because you can guess that it's
What? Really?
116. So we'll go up here
To the variac.
to the variac, and we'll adjust it down to 115. That's what it's spec'd for. Is 115.
So the whole point of the variac is to help us adjust for voltage coming from the wall.
That's right. Yeah, changing loads. Yeah, because you can guess that it's 115 or 120, but better to know.
Yeah.
And so then, if we look at the current current settings right now. I'm at my first little piece. I'm at 20%, and it's not turned on yet. And you can tell that by switching down here, looking at the voltage. No
0.
voltage except for 5 VSB. And so as soon as we turn this guy on, here with the power supply on button, you see the fan spin up, and you see voltage values, and we'll let it sit here for, I don't know, like maybe a minute.
Sure.
And just hit this little stopwatch action.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see how long it takes to go boom. I definitely deserve that, but you must admit that was a decent burn. Do you want 10 minutes now, Toodleman? Do you want it to be 10 minutes? No, ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Ah, carajo, Axaya Carol, ¿no estás? Necesito que me apoyes on the whole first name thing in Latin America. But yeah, the TLDR is that English names are sort of common anyway, so don't sweat about it. Especially if it's a second generation immigrant, like well, not like, yeah, it's the names tend to be if it's someone born in the States from immigrant parents, it's even more likely that that person will have an English name.
And a note here too. So our testing methodology we explained in the first piece, talks about it a little bit more in the response to Gigabyte, where they tried to. Gigabyte was very strange in that response. If you haven't seen it, they basically said this is the fault of users and reviewers who are doing it wrong, and ignored one very important point. Clearly, there's a lot of failures here without people ever going over power, because if you look at the Newegg reviews, there's a lot of DOA.
Yep.
And there's a lot of quick failures. So they didn't really address that. They retargeted the story specifically on overpower because they knew they could make it sound like it's ridiculous, and they're hoping that people reading the press release will think, I'm never going to go past 750 watts, so I'm not worried about it.
Yep.
But you should still be worried about it, to be very clear. The other thing we're addressing, point 2,
Yeah,
is
don't get too comfortable. You will not go over that over those threshold. But one, you may do at some point, and it's out of your control.
Again, just the fact that they're trying to kind of paint this as a ridiculous thing, but in actuality, it's. I mean, there's a lot of caveats here, but you can always spike above the expected load of your system in very brief intervals, like when you first launch a heavy load application with a GPU. We've plotted them before. You'll catch a spike that goes way beyond even the TDP of the GPU, but it's only for a few milliseconds maybe, and stuff like that can be a bad scenario for the power supply if it's not designed for it.
Yeah. So while you were talking there, I went ahead and jumped from 20% to 60%, and you can see that because of the increased load, the fan kicked on to cool this guy down. Didn't think about it, but maybe this is a good idea to stand the power supply up like this, so when the sparks come out, if they do, they shoot toward us.
I was just about to suggest you don't do that.
It's a great idea, right?
But it would make better video.
He's sitting closer to that than I would. That is he's exactly pointing that out. That they're too close, and the fan is pointing in a very dangerous direction.
A bad scenario for the power supply if it's not designed for it.
Yeah. So while you were talking there, I went ahead and jumped from 20% to 60%, and you can see that because of the increased load, the fan kicked on to cool this guy down. Didn't think about it, but maybe this is a good idea to stand the power supply up like this, so when the sparks come out, if they do, they shoot toward us.
Was just about to suggest you don't do that.
It's a great idea, right?
But it would make better video.
Great video?
Yes.
Definitely. It will definitely be a great video, though. No risk, no fun. No risk, no content. Ever seen Photonese inductions videos? Oh, you're asking Turtleman. I haven't. But it looks like I'd enjoy it. I'll save it for later.
60%, and you can see that because of the increased load, the fan kicked on to cool this guy down. Didn't think about it, but maybe this is a good idea to stand the power supply up like this, so when the sparks come out, if they do, they shoot toward us.
Was just about to suggest you don't do that.
It's a great idea, right?
But it would make better video.
Great video?
Yes. That's definitely true. I will make sure insurance doesn't see this video or any of the other ones in the series.
It's content. Wanna see a man interacting with some high-powered electricity and being way too close to it? He's your guy. Like the guy that gets electrocuted every video. He hasn't made anything for a long time, but he's got a ton of good stuff anyway. Oh, Saj.
Great video?
Yes. That's definitely true. I will make sure insurance doesn't see this video or any of the other ones in the series.
Looking at the voltage coming out of this PSU, you can see that at 60%, things look similar to what we had at 20%. And if we look at the current levels, you can see that the current's jumped up on the 12-volt rail significantly. Not so much on the 5 and the 12 VSB. Sorry, the 5 and the 3.3 and the 5 VSB.
Right.
As we stop that one and jump to 100% load, you can see I've got those current values. This is just about as high as we're going to go on 5, 3.3, and 5 VSB. We'll bump these two numbers up just a little bit when we go for the real overpower protection. But these numbers, the 12-volt rail, is what we're really going to be pushing, because that's what happens with your PSU, like if you're going to be using it.
To re-emphasize the point here, the numbers that people are looking at on the screen, so 11, 11, 11, 9, 9, 9, it's current.
That's right, yeah.
Right. Just to make sure that's clear. And for people who aren't aware, watts, current times volts, gives you watts. And so we're loading each rail a little bit differently.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we look at the voltages again, we can see the voltages here, and we've
Numbers.
also got the estimating headers, a nice feature where you can just pop that on and you can tell how much power is being pulled. So right now we have 750 watts coming out of this guy.
Right.
And so now we'll just jump into probably something like 10-second phases for the overpower. So we're going to jump to 110%. You can see the power number jumps up. And then if you're interested, you can see the voltages. Note that we were higher than this.
Numbers make all the bunny raiders go wild.
Originally, and it's not uncommon to see voltage drop down, you know, as you increase the load. And then you can see the values here again. These guys stayed the same, and these guys jumped up. As we go to 120%, you can see again, same. These guys are jumping up, and if we look at the wattage, now we're up to 900 watt pull out of this thing.
And I want to explain a few things too while we get into this. So first, on the testing side, we are changing our testing a little bit in this video, not in a significant way. The only thing we're changing is the sort of the amount of increments we're doing in percentages as we approach our test for where does OPP trip. The reason we're doing that is simply because it's all the same. We're just saving everybody time. So, and they're not necessary steps. It doesn't, if anything, right now what we're doing benefits Gigabyte, because this approach is putting it under less thermal load, because we're not testing it for as long.
I'll give me a single. Oh, come on. Is it not working? Okay, charging. No, it's just the charger that it's acting funny. I really need like a stand or a base for my phone. I love that kind of shit. I learned it from my dad. He's an electronics nut. Oh, nice. Nice, Eric. I watched Toharu Kagakuno railgun in early high school and decided to build a railgun for my physics class. Nice.
Is the sort of the amount of increments we're doing in percentages as we approach our test for where does OPP trip. The reason we're doing that is simply because it's all the same.
He lives in the basement of his house where he's got a whole ham radio station, synthesizer pianos everywhere, like 15 TVs and monitors with all kinds of riddles of all kinds of shit. He's nuts. He's committed for sure, Eric. Let me know when he finds intelligent life on other planets. My mom made him take it down into the basement, so he went down there with it. Speaking of space, Bonnie Mama is worried because the Nendo boxes are starting to pile up, and I'm slowly running out of space. Leave me out drunk clothing in thumbnail, I click. Sadly, I'm not drunk tonight. It's just well, considering what we've been watching, a drink will be warranted. So hey, Rain Dude. Just get rid of some non-essentials like food. No, it's not that I can't afford it. It's the space. At some point, I won't have I will run out of space to place my Nendos. Sadly, what does that mean? That's what I mean. Throw all the food to make more room for Nendos. I can't put my Nendos in the fridge. Though in my defense, maybe once we move out of town, I can get the main room in whatever new place we're in to set up my Nendos. Why not? That's called a temperature controlled environment. Okay, let's Nendos all around the house.
Same, and these guys jumped up. As we go to 120%, you can see again, same, these guys are jumping up. And if we look at the wattage, now we're up to 900 watt pull out of this thing.
And I want to explain a few things too while we get into this. So first, on the testing side, we are changing our testing a little bit in this video, not in a significant way. The only thing we're changing is the sort of the amount of increments we're doing and percentages as we approach our test for where does OPP trip. The reason we're doing that is simply because it's all the same. We're just saving everybody time. So, and they're not necessary steps. It doesn't, if anything, right now what we're doing benefits Gigabyte because this approach is putting it under less thermal load. We're not testing it for as long. So it's actually, Gigabyte, we're giving the full benefit of the doubt by decreasing the test time. So it's in a better position. So did that just shut down?
It did, at 140%.
Okay. Build a bigger house out of Nendo boxes. The dream. The Nendo mansion.
Thermal load. We're not testing it for as long. So it's actually, Gigabyte, we're giving the full benefit of the doubt by decreasing the test time. So it's in a better position. So did that just shut down?
It did, at 140%. A few seconds in, 140% it shut down. And we can tell that not only by looking at the voltage numbers here, you can see the voltages are all dropping off like crazy. This thing just shut off.
Fans turned off.
Right, exactly. And so now what I'll do is I'll turn the power supply off. I'll hit the power supply off button on the tester, and I'll even kill the AC in on the tester.
Okay.
And then, so the next thing to do is, okay, so it tripped. Now I wanted to see what was the exact trip point. It was somewhere between 130 and 140. So now I've got to go back to 130, and then I've got to step up little bits at a time to figure out what's going on.
Right. Is this where you normally leave it off for a few minutes?
So in this case, I would probably leave it off if it got warm. Right now, this is still fine in terms of temperature.
Yeah, I mean, again, we didn't really run it that long. So.
Right, and we're trying to increase the amount of decrease the amount of time we're taking here.
Right.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and flip things back on. Turn the SM800 back on, flip the power supply back on, and I've got to bring the load back to the 20% level. So now I'm back over here at 20%, and I can verify that by looking at the current again. And then I will turn the power supply back on, and we can see the fan flips on momentarily. And I think it's probably going to shut off again because it's only a 20% load.
Once we start getting towards a potential catastrophic failure, let's change the direction of that fan.
It's shutting off.
Okay.
Because even though it would be better video, commenters are going to question my judgment, even though you're the one who did that.
Yes.
And we can see the 20%.
You're gonna question your judgment because he's the one that did that, but you're letting him do it.
% level. So now I'm back over here at 20%, and I can verify that by looking at the current again. And then I will turn the power supply back on, and we can see the fan flips on momentarily. And I think it's probably going to shut off again because it's only a 20% load.
Once we start getting towards a potential catastrophic failure, let's change the direction of that fan.
Okay.
Because even though it would be better video, commenters are going to question my judgment, even though you're the one who did that. So, yeah, so...
Questioning your judgment because you're letting him do it, that's the thing.
we should explain overpower protection a little bit. I don't know at what point in this process you might have a good opportunity to spend a minute on talking about why it exists and what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, so in theory, that moment would come after this trips again.
If it doesn't explode.
Yeah.
And if it does explode, we'll explain it after.
There you go.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
got it.
So I'm at 100% load. I'm not going to stay there long. I'm going to go straight up to 110 and then 120 after a few seconds. And then I'm going to jump to 130.
Angie, you might want to make sure the power supply is not shot at this point.
I know this is a test and it's just a speed run to get the thing to explode, but the current going up, it's starting to make me uncomfortable.
All right, and then now that I'm at 130, now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump over to a different rail. I'm going to go over to my 5-volt rail, and I'm just going to push that up in terms of current. There we go. I want about 10 amps is what I want on that. And then I'm going to do the same thing to the 3.3 volt rail. Just push that up 10%. This is exactly what we did on the previous test, so no changes here.
Don't worry, Bunny. They blow themselves up so you don't have to. He has his arm too close. Not just that, I mean, I never like seeing a component dying off, even if it's a bad one, but it's still sad and it makes me, I feel uneasy.
And then the next thing to do is to go back to the 12-volt rails and just start increasing them one at a time.
Right.
And I'm not going to spend much time on these. I'm just going to go, I'm going to hit maybe 1500ths of an amp on each rail, or on each split of the 12-volt rail. And I'm not going to stay on there long. I'll let it flash maybe 3 or 4 times for a few seconds. And then I'm going to go to the next one, do the same thing.
Well, let's make sure power supply, you got it in the shot. Okay, cool.
And then
Her inner misery is in pain. Hey! I just don't like wasting stuff, believe it or not. I just don't like wasting stuff, and again, this is basically a bomb speedrun plus I just don't like stuff getting the whole thing is has me it's poking my anxiety. This will more properly be branded as fireworks, so this is no waste at all. Alright. The only PC component I ever had die on me is a power supply back in 2011 or 2012, and I'm still bitter about it, to be honest. See? I think Carrie gets it. I don't even have that PC anymore, lol. I've only lost hard drives. See, Eric kinda gets it. I lost only hard drives. That still would bother me. It's I don't know how to explain it. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses. Okay, let's continue.
And this one, same kind of thing. All right. And then the next one.
Note to self, bully Rabbit by sending her videos of people breaking stuff. It's not just any stuff, mind you. It's PC components. It's PC components and PCs in general what gets me. One doesn't activate my almonds, it just it just bothers me. Though I guess with power supplies in particular, because it has to do with electricity and whatnot. I guess that's the bit that has me uncomfortable. Like something, you losing a PC component because of an electric fuck up. I really hate it when something breaks or is destroyed. I try to take care of my things. I'm feeling like I failed to do that. Bugs the hell out of me. Then videos of people building PC but goes wrong. Yeah.
And what I would do generally is I would be using my spreadsheet right now, and I would be documenting on the spreadsheet each.
When your RAM goes in a little crunchy.
And what I would do generally is I would be using my spreadsheet right now, and I would be documenting on the spreadsheet each spot that passed.
Right.
So I would say, you know, okay, I passed here, passed here, passed here, passed here, pass, and then I'm going to go right back around again, and I'm going to go to the next level.
Oh God.
And so
Yeah, and to be clear, as Stone is saying here, but testing for the lab for reviews that are produced, written, edited, we have a lot of note taking. We have a developed process we follow. We have SOPs we follow. We have specific times we follow, so everything's very controlled. But again, here the whole point is to address Gigabyte's claims of extended testing and show that they are factually incorrect.
Okay.
Especially considering the actual load time of this is relatively low.
I hate that. I'm triggered now, Turtle Man. I felt all itchy when you said it.
still looking good at the moment. We are surviving.
And should say this too, Stone, the OPP, it is not good if it's set too high.
That's right,
I think it's really common misconception where, and I used to think this too, by the way, where
Same.
Yeah, so people think that power supply can push a lot of power without failure, without shutting down. So say it can go to 150%. That's actually not good, because the chance of a catastrophic failure goes up. Potentially the degree to which it fails gets worse, and you really want it to shut down earlier in the range, closer to its spec.
TLDR, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
So where are we now for your test setup?
So this is just like basically my third step along on the 12-volt rail.
Like the OPP is there for an extreme case, like something out of the ordinary. It's not meant to be stress test like that, going near the going anywhere near the OPP just because you can. Hey, you two RPs in a pod? Yeah.
If I have my spreadsheet pulled up, I can tell you exactly what what the 12-volt rail max was. It looks like it just tripped again, which is good.
Do you need me to look something up?
Yeah, if you'll go to the 4th tab on the top.
And this we can't show.
Sorry, at the very top there. The 4th tab over. It should be large font. Maybe the next one over there. I got.
Okay, so far it's holding up, but we need to see what's the failure conditions.
One of them on huge font there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so the 140% was 16 amps per rail. And you can see now that I didn't get there. Like, so when I hit the 140% button, it completely shut down with OPP, which is good. And then to get to exactly where it was, I just do little steps like this. And now I can add these numbers up to get an exact OPP trip point for this particular unit.
Right.
And so
what
generally, I would say, like right now, this unit passed OPP correctly because we were able to take it to OPP, trip, and then we were able to dial in to exactly where OPP was.
Needs to be able to do it again, though.
And trip. Yeah.
Right.
And so now that it has successfully done the tripping, I'm just going to bring it back online after like another minute or two.
Right.
At like 60%, because 60% is very common for a PC.
Right.
And then hopefully it's just going to keep running right along with no problems.
Right. We did have one.
And only half of them blew up. It might take 2 or 3 tries to get a bomb. But the fact is that even then, it's still way too much. Like, even if it's... Like, the whole situation is very weird. It shouldn't have happened so often, especially... it shouldn't have happened so often. Overclocking PCU bad, got it. PSU bad, got it. Overclocking, you can do it, but just be responsible. Don't do it too much. I actually have Sakura undervolted. I'm trying with the more eco-friendly AMD setup and see if that helps with my electricity bill, with my electric bill.
Load at 60% though.
Indeed, we did. Yeah. So.
Don't overclock unless you know you have extra power and cooling to cover is all.
Successfully done the tripping, by the way, is the name of my Pink Floyd cover band.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. Okay. So I'm going to go back to 60% load right there, and the power supply got switched off, and the power supply on signal from here got switched off, and it's not even really warm to the touch. So I don't have any real worry about did things get ridiculous inside. I don't have.
During standardized testing, we use thermocouples to monitor thermals. However, we've already tested 11 of these, so we know it's fine right now. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Trying to set up Senadol here. Sena, I haven't forgotten, but the problem is that sending. I still have to find a way to send Senadol to, well, Sena. I really hope I miscalculated and they're not charging me $600 just to ship a doll. But the other goal could be maybe one day I'll get to the US. I could visit Sena and give the doll to her personally. You need to hang out with her again when Stivation season's over. I need to I need to send her messages again. I need to talk to her again. We called go to the hunter or have another chat. Yeah, we need to hang out. Okay, head for warning.
Power supply on signal from here got switched off, and
I believe Rosa wanted another round of the hunter as well. Oh yes. I'm getting nervous when he puts his hands. Now you know how I feel, Turtleman. Now you know how I feel. Ooh. I wonder if we could collab and just have a 3-woman hunting session. I'm not worried about the junk PSU. I'm worried about his hand. He'll be fine.
it's not even really warm to the touch, so I don't have any real worry about did things get ridiculous inside this power supply. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this guy back on and then hit this power supply on button.
Oh, fuck. That was the most impressive one. We're gonna get a blast shield for future ones. I think I'm gonna get a blast shield to go in that station.
It wasn't as loud. I didn't feel it as loud. It was just the suddenness of it what caught me. It's not the loud. It really caught me off guard. I was prepared for it to be loud, not for it to be so soon. Hey, it's content. And he had his hand on it just seconds before that. Amazing. Well, yeah, it wasn't loud, but considering we're hearing it through a recording, that's kind of nuts.
The power supply on signal from here got switched off, and it's not even really warm to the touch, so I don't have any real worry about did things get ridiculous inside this power supply. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this guy back on and then hit this power supply on button. Oh, fuck. And then hit this power supply on button. Oh, fuck.
That was the
Jesus.
most impressive one. We're gonna.
What was the time in total? It took them 15 minutes to get the thing to crash. That's fucking smoke. It is. It's cancer smoke. It took them 15 minutes to get the thing to fail. Was like a taser? Yeah. Taser and cancer smoke.
And hit this power supply on button. Oh, fuck. Did things get ridiculous inside this power supply? So I'm going to go ahead and flip this guy back on and then hit this power supply on button. Oh, fuck.
That was the most impressive one. We're gonna get a blast shield for.
Yeah, yes it was. As the owner of a stun gun, yes it was.
For future ones. I think I'm gonna get a blast shield to go in that station.
Yeah.
Is that expected behavior, Stone? That's what they're supposed to do, right?
So after this one worked well,
Oh my god.
which like that OPP testing that we just did,
Yeah.
with like on the other power supplies that are not gigabyte GP P-X50 GMs.
There's some black soot flying around in the air, just flew in front of my face. I'm gonna check the security camera footage for that one. We got a quick camera in the corner.
I'm just gonna.
Why?
Yes.
Yeah, just in case. I don't
What,
know.
are you scared? Maybe they
Yes.
sent this unit to kill us. I don't know. That's the most impressive one.
That scared the shit out of him, poor guy. Yeah, he's like, okay, maybe I was too comfortable being close to it. Now he's actually worried.
With like on the other power supplies that are not gigabyte GP dash P dash X 50.
These guys have been doing this for ages. It means something when they get spooked. Yeah. You don't spook them easily. So that says something. It can't be that bad.
Testing that we just did.
Yeah.
With like on the other power supplies that are not gigabyte GP dash P dash X 50 GMs.
There's some black soot flying around in the air. Just flew in front of my face.
Yeah.
Oh, check
no.
the security camera footage for that one. We got a quick camera in the corner. See
I'm just gonna.
why?
Yeah. Just in case. I don't
What,
know.
are you scared? Maybe they sent this unit to kill us. I don't know. That's the most impressive one. So this, I don't know if we bought this one on Newegg or got it from a viewer.
This is one of the ones we purchased on Newegg.
And it's within the serial number range.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
our other Patrick
Uh-huh.
went ahead and did the research for us and found out that which ones are returnable or not.
Right, and so separate video for this, but Gigabyte has been refusing warranties and RMAs from what we've seen so far from you all. Those of you who've emailed us about your warranty attempts with Gigabyte, we'll cover that separately. Put some pressure on them to replace it, but anyway, this.
Can I go back though? Like,
yes,
all right.
let's
So
go back.
Okay, so the ones that are failing tend to be between two serials. Basically, it tends to be like one or two batches in specific that get the failure.
So, again, it tripped at 140, which it's supposed to. Like that if every one of these, the ones that have been successful and the ones that have failed, tripped at 140, no problem.
Right.
And then dialing it back in to find out the exact LVP trip point at 130. This one looked like it was maybe like 134, 132, somewhere in there.
Right.
And that's an acceptable trip point. It's not great, but it's acceptable. And then from there, like I honestly
He's
thought
not
that
touching it anymore. He's not touching it anymore. Can't blame him, but poor Stone.
And then from there, like I honestly thought that I was going to turn it on at 60% and it was going to be fine.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah. Can I?
That I was not ready for that.
Well, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm glad I had you turn that up. It looked like it shot electricity, not fire.
Yeah, it shot
It looked like
electricity.
it shot electricity, not fire. Like it looks
the
like.
blue flames.
So yeah, that was. I don't know if our camera's high speed enough to catch that, but between this and security, hopefully we got
Oh,
something.
we definitely should. It definitely did. I mean,
It looked like it shot electricity, not fire. Like it looked like it shot electricity.
that really is what my stun gun looks like when I test fire it.
That
I've seen stun guns and yeah.
it looked like it shot electricity.
It
not
shot. Did you see it? It's like a split second.
It looked like it shot.
I think it shot electricity towards that like that organizer for a second there.
Glad I had you turn that up. It looked like it shot electricity, not fire. Like it looks like.
Notice the blue. That's the only color you really get for electricity from normal components. Maybe a little violet, but that's like lab shit. It is a little violet, yes.
I'll say one thing. I'm glad I had you turn that up. It looked like it shot electricity, not fire.
I think it's more probable, yeah. You're right.
It looked like it shot electricity, not fire. Like, it looked like it shot electricity, not fire. Like, it looks
The
like
blue flames.
Oh yeah, that was. I don't know if our camera's high speed enough to catch that, but between
Oh,
this,
did you see that? You can see it better from the security camera. It's commonly depicted as yellow, but it's never really yellow. Or orange or red.
yeah, that was. I don't know if our camera's high speed enough.
There. Did you see it? Did you see it? It's near Stone's elbow. Damn, you see the light glare on the plastic on the desk? Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see it. Like, you can see the little lightning thingy. Yeah, I can see it. It definitely shoots electricity towards the organizer over there.
Catch that, but between this and security, hopefully we got something.
Okay, so so the failure rate that we had in lab here was like
That was very dangerous. Holy shit. Hopefully they did get those shields.
I don't know if our camera's high speed.
His elbow was so close, yeah.
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm glad I had you turn that up. It looked like it shot electricity, not fire. Like, it looks
the
like
blue flames.
Oh yeah, that was. I don't know if our camera's high speed enough to catch that, but between this and security, hopefully we got something. Okay, so
so the failure rate that we had in lab here was like 50% or so.
right.
And I honestly do hope that when we plug in the next one here, we've got another one that we
Yeah. And we'll save that for another time. We don't need to do that
I
today.
think we've got this 22,377, 22,400. So these are like
Right.
really close in serial number.
Right.
And like maybe this one won't fail,
Uh-huh.
right?
Maybe.
But after seeing that, maybe it will fail.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
no.
we need to wrap up, say a couple quick things here. Let's make sure everyone's clear on what just happened and why it is valid testing. There's a couple points to bring up. Gigabyte kept using the phrase DC electronic load over and over and over in their press release.
Okay.
I'll say this: Stone is maybe a little less skeptical than I am of these companies. I've been in this industry a long time. When I read that, what I see is, let's try to make this look ridiculous by showing users it's not real world, kind of like how Intel does when it loses in benchmarks, and then when it doesn't, it likes them again. So they kept saying DC electronic load. We should very quickly address that. And at this point, by the way, if we have cuts in the video, there might be some here to speed it up, because you're going to hit a 30-minute limit at some point, right?
It's 21 right now.
All right. And but it's already exploded, so I think we can cut at this point. So DC electronic load, can we quickly recap why?
Hello, Bonnie-chan. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? We're here watching fireworks.
If that's not like some evil boogeyman or something that they're trying to make it seem.
So this is electronic,
Yes,
and it's pulling DC out of the power supply.
that's right.
It's very complex, very complicated.
Would you agree with the statement, and this is complex algebra, if power is x, okay, so we're defining power, the variable as x, does x equal x? Is power power?
I think that would be an accurate statement.
I'm pretty sure that's accurate. So in other words, your computer wants power, your video card wants power,
DC power
right, AC comes out of the wall, and
converted to DC.
right, and then the cables terminating at the load tester over here.
It's almost like you're computer's a DC electronic load.
Almost.
Almost.
It's almost like Gigabyte uses DC electronic load testers, as does its factory, in the production of every single one of its power supplies. That's weird. I wonder why they don't like it now that we're using it.
Yeah.
I was trying. Was my acting okay? Did it seem like I was actually confused? I think it was pretty.
Gamers Nexus, I value their opinions on PC the most. Yeah, they're good. They're solid.
Good.
It's pretty good.
So, all right. So we've addressed that. Power is power. Computer wants power. This thing wants power. It's all the same. And by the way, a realistic quote-unquote workload, as in a computer, is potentially more stressful than this is because the load is much more variable. You have a lot more. There's potentially more transients. There's more peaks, and the amplitude of sort of the demand changes. So it's actually maybe even worse.
Yeah, and I'll throw one last thing in here. You know, Eris has clearly been doing this longer than we have. Right?
Eris is an expert, like 100%.
Yeah, the company Cybernetics, if you guys haven't heard about them, maybe go look them up. They've got some good stuff out there. And his point was that the problem is probably with the timings of the controller that controls the MOSFETs.
Right.
And so it's not like this thing just has a small issue. There's a design issue, and I think he said that in his video. And
Reminds me, I think it was those Samsung phones that they had to recall because a failure of the phone's design basically made the batteries more prone to bloat and explode. You're gonna question my testing practices, huh? All right, bitch, you asked for it.
so, you know, go check out his statement. Don't just take my word for it. And
He published the whole statement. He wrote it, sent it to us. It ended up published on Tech Power Up, so they've got it. You can read the whole thing. Another contact in the industry that we can't name, but also believe that there might be a thermal management issue on the MOSFETs specifically.
Oof.
And part one showed what
Galaxy Note 7, I remember. Oh, yeah.
specific components failed if you want to see the MOSFETs that failed.
right.
And additionally, Gigabyte said it's adjusting OPP down, right, to like 110 to 120%. Eris said, hey, that's not possible. That's too tight of a range. And I read that statement in our response part 2 video. Additionally, it seems like maybe that's not the only problem with this power supply because, again, the user reviews indicate that there's a lot of people with dead or failing ones. Not all of these people are going to OPP and then back. Oh, I should say that too. Gigabyte kept saying repeatedly. They kept saying we were repeatedly testing them for long periods of time.
Oh yeah. No, like this is what you just saw is what we did.
Yeah.
It's not like we're just like OPP test. Do it again.
Yeah, it's not like we
Do it again.
like
Do it again.
Right.
No, that's not what we're doing.
We should re-emphasize one point here too. So out of all the failures, the rest of the power supplies we've tested failed on the way up to OPP trigger point testing, whereas this one, only one other one we tested failed in this manner where it hit 60% load after an OPP trigger and then died. Is there anything else we want to say?
The comment. I was thinking maybe it like okay, these ones like these ones kick the bucket at 60%. So either they got two that kinda were able to handle the load a bit more compared to the others, but the problem is that still 50% of the units they got failing, it's not good. Even if like they put extra pressure in during the testing and stuff, I think it's way too much. Either that or they have some crazy gacha lock to get so many faulty PSUs. Yeah, that's clearly grounds for a recall at minimum.
I have to believe that Gigabyte can do a better job.
Yeah.
We are always trying to work with the companies to say, hey, we found something in your product,
Yeah.
and you probably should check this out. And then when they work with us on it, products get better.
Right.
And then, maybe it's not a big story for us, but that's okay. What we're trying to do is review products for all the end users anyway.
We just did this with another power supply. It's not, you'll see it online soon, but we were able to change their marketing before we produced the video. They probably saw this series and went, oh no.
Oh no.
Eris emailed Gigabyte in October before he published a review. They had a chance to fix it. We emailed Gigabyte, I don't know, in March or something. Originally we were talking to them, and then again in June. They had like 6 months with us, almost a year between the reviewer community. And the response to Eris was basically, nope, we don't see it. Don't see the problem. Conveniently, I don't know if you caught on to this, but Eris did. Gigabyte said they tested their power supplies to OPP and they succeeded. They never said.
I kind of want to watch the Aries video now, but I don't know if I should because I also really want to take a shower. They put it in 120 and so on, but if you use it normal, will be boom too, like with time of use. The thing is that with the user reviews, many already said that it was DOA. It sounds like there's a good chance given the DOA reviews. Yeah. I was getting to that. With so many DOA reviews, it seems very likely. And remember that the other power supplies kick the bucket at lower thresholds. So basically, having one of those, it's playing a very expensive and dangerous gacha. So was like a stress test with the 120. And as they said, it's gonna draw well over 100% for a moment every time you turn it on, even if you have it under low load normally. That's the thing, Shingocho. Quite a few of the reviews mentioned that it died within that it died very quickly after they got it from the mail, and that it even fried other components. Daily usage is going to be the stress test of it, and at some point it's going to fail, like they showed. Oh, I didn't hear that. If it can trip OPP safety a few times and survive, that's already defective, but it doesn't even need that much to blow. That's the thing with everyday use, with constant use. That's even if it's not like 120 and so percent and so on, that's still like stress usage, stress testing. And as you can see, you cannot rely on it to trigger the OPP reliably or function. Even if it triggers it, function well after that. So I wouldn't gamble it. So it was doomed from the factory, exactly.
Turn them back on.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, well, if you only do half the test, yeah, great.
Well, and I think you mentioned too that maybe that could be one of the reasons why some of the units came out as DOA.
Right. If they tested it at the line and then it shipped, a customer plugs it in, turns it on.
And then it does what we just saw.
Yeah, I can't speak to Gigabyte and their factory standards, but I have been in power supply factories, and we have talked.
What they said is interesting. What Steve said is interesting.
Test, yeah. Great.
Well, and I think you mentioned too that maybe that could be one of the reasons why some of the units came out as DOA.
Right. If they tested it at the line and then it shipped.
Mm-hmm.
Customer plugs it in, turns it on.
And then it does what we just saw.
Yeah, I can't speak to Gigabyte and their factory.
That actually makes sense. The OPP triggers at the factory during testing. They deem it it's good to go. Then they send it, and then the user plugs it in and turns it on, and it dies, or it's DOA. Because as we see, basically it can trigger OPP once, but after that, not so much. Yeah, they should be doing this once or twice before shipping themselves.
Standards, but I have been in power supply factories, and we have talked to a lot of them, done tours of them.
A restaurant at PSU factory in Taiwan. They send them half dead, pretty much.
All this stuff. Everyone I'm aware of tests when 100% of the units off the line to make sure they meet some spec. So if they're testing 100% of the units and including an OPP test, maybe that's the source of the DOAs. I don't know, but I think that covers it.
Can I get you to touch this capacitor?
That sounds questionable, but okay.
It'll just make your hair stand up for a few seconds.
Oh, that's evil.
Yeah, I think. Oh, by the way, don't open power supplies. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do that. Yeah, I think. Oh, by the way, don't open power supplies. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do that.
Don't do this.
And he's got to do other stuff to even work on this anyway, because they're potentially unsafe. So, is there an obvious failure?
Ooh.
Show.
Save that for a different video.
This is the main switchers, definitely.
We'll do a B-roll shot of this. We're gonna cut in B-roll.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Do we save that for a different video?
This is the main switchers, definitely.
We'll do a B-roll shot of this. We're gonna cut in B-roll. At this point, it's already failed, so we can do cuts.
Oh my god.
The front end of the capacitors is missing.
Um,
The front end of the capacitors is missing. Not capacitors, the
let's take B-roll of this separately. We'll drop it in. We'll talk about this more in another video, but that'll wrap it for.
That's a massacre right there. That thing can explode big, right? Yes.
This one. Thanks for watching the speed run. We enjoyed it. He might need to change his pants from the reaction I saw. And,
I honestly was expecting it to work. Like I really was.
I was like, I don't know if this one's gonna fail.
That's what I thought. That was exactly what I thought.
So that'll wrap it. If you want to support us and our work we do here and the purchase of new underwear for Patrick Stone, you can go to store.gamersnexus.net
Man.
and grab
By
one
the
of
way,
our
the
mouse mats,
capacitor
mod
thing is
mats,
the
or
main
other
reason
items,
they
their
keep
shirts.
saying not to open PSUs.
Or you can go to
If you touch it wrong and
patreon.com/gamersnexus.
it's
We've
got
got
so
behind the scenes
powered, it
videos
could straight
talking
up
about
kill
this
you.
testing. He's
I
hosted several of
imagine.
them, and you can check those out. It's a great way to support us and our work and also get something in return. Thanks for watching.
I wonder if they link to the response you get. Oh, Aris. Let's see. Hardware busters. Let me see if I can look at hardware busters. Exploding PSU. Is it this one? Did they show the title of Ari's video? New X policies. Carry component choices. Knew it was bad. Firework from Aris. Oh yes, it
Suspicion
is.
got some testing.
It is the same video, okay. Let's Oh, this is short. Alright. We can watch this one as well. Loud.
Hey guys, Aris here, Hardware Bastards. Today we have a power supply from Gigabyte. It's this one. Yeah, I've opened it. I will explain why. And something makes a noise, right? You hear it.
Is it something that you did, or is it something that
I didn't.
already
I
going
didn't
on?
do. I didn't do anything.
Freeze.
That's a part from the
Wait,
PSU.
what?
That's a part from the main fetch of the PSU. Okay, we will explain
Oh,
during
no.
the review. Let's start with the model number. Gigabyte GP-P750GM. The OEM is MEIC. There are two models in this line, one with 850 watts capacity and one with 750 watts capacity. I have the later here. Efficiency, ETA A in the cybernetic scale and 80 plus gold. Noise, lambda A minus, meaning 25 to 30 decibels average noise output. Fully modular, super compact dimensions, only 140 millimeters depth. Price, 120 bucks. Given its features, it looks okay, fairish the price. Warranty, 5 years. Power specifications, it has a single 12 volt rail, cables, 2 EPS, 4 PCI Express, 8 SATA,
Express.
3 4-pin Molex, and 1
I
Berg
like his
adapter.
accent.
Aries favorite, don't ask me why.
Don't ask me why.
Cable length and distance between them now. The EPS cable should be longer, reaching at least 650 millimeters in length.
I much prefer my lady's accent. Ah, thank you.
Now the distance between the 4-pin Molex connectors is too short at only 110 millimeters. They should
Yeah.
be 150 millimeters at least. Strangely enough though, the SATA connectors are located 150 millimeters from each other. There are no in-cable caps. This is very good. It will help you a lot during cable management and routing processes. Now let's talk about the internal design and its build quality. The platform, as I have already mentioned, is built by MEIC. How this spelled or make?
I don't know. You confused me from the beginning with the name of the PSU and then the company's name.
Okay. So,
Shit, to be honest, electronics exploding is always something I kinda sweat. Exploding electronic is it's scary in general.
This OEM also makes the Aorus P850 and P750 units, the high-end units in Gigabyte's portfolio of corresponding products. The design is super clean, with no cables blocking the airflow, and the heatsinks are super small. The build quality is high, but with build quality I mean soldering quality in this stuff. But lower-end manufacturers provide some key components. I'm referring to the APFC and primary switching FETs. The capacitors on the secondary side are provided by an unknown manufacturer. I couldn't find any detailed information on these caps, and I tried very hard, believe me. About the
I guess Gamers Nexus was able to find information on the caps manufacturers because they tend to. It seems that they tend to deal a lot with China stuff, and it seems they know a little here and there, so maybe they knew how to navigate to find the manufacturer. And yeah, that's the other part. They did say they were from brands they've never heard of. I blew up a capacitor during that railgun project and the whole room filled with smoke. It was not a big capacitor. Damn. I know a guy whose phone blew up in his pocket. Lost a big patch of skin. His leg is still nasty looking. He got an infection from it. Fault in the lithium-ion battery. He couldn't even sue. That's terrible, Eric. That sounds horrible. That's definitely lawsuit worthy. What the hell? I had a phone when the battery started swelling up. Got the phone all deformed and busted. Got rid of that motherfucker before it blew up on me. Those batteries scared the hell out of me. Me too. That's why it is absolutely forbidden to mail those batteries in Bonland. That's why if I want to get a replacement battery for my 3DS, I need to go to Sirvilagosri and scavenge hunt a bit, because you cannot for the life mail them. For good reason. Lithium-ion fires are no joke. Unless they're in the in a phone, in a 3DS, that's the only way you can email lithium batteries. The rest, nope. So I'm gonna have to plan a trip to get a replacement battery for my 3DS, because that battery admittedly lasted quite a while. I think it was over 10 years. But yeah, I need a replacement, even if it's not on brand. Something, as long as it fits, I'll take it. Electronics and technology are incredible. When it goes wrong, it goes real wrong.
Fan now, it is provided by YT ToS and its model number is D12SH-12. It has a rifle bearing instead of a hydraulic one that Gigabyte claims. I had to.
Funnily enough, I've gotten not one but 2 3DS batteries in the mail. I don't know how you got them through Turtleman, but here you cannot get those in the mail.
Destroy the fan to take a look at its bearing, but it was worth the trouble since I found out the truth about its bearing. Soldering quality, it's very good. Actually, I was amazed at how good the soldering quality is in this unit. I wish I could say the same about the parts that Gigabyte used. Protection features. The overpower protection is set too high and led to the PSU's destruction. OCP at 12 volt is also set high. A brief failure analysis. The primary switching fetch blew sky high, both of them. This was a huge failure which shouldn't happen at first place. The PSU's protection features actually failed to protect the PSU.
Amazing.
The chip fetch on the primary side clearly couldn't handle the load.
I just ordered them and they came legally. I didn't do anything wrong, the seller did. I'm not gonna risk it, because if they find it in the mail, the courier service has to destroy them for safety. So I'm not risking it.
Gigabyte should use better fetch on the primary side. This is a company, the manufacturer of the fetch, that I have never ever encountered so far as well. This PSU had lots of brands that I have never encountered, and I have got it open over 1000 PSUs. Actually, I believe close to 2000 PSUs so far. So there's nothing I haven't seen yet, but this PSU proved me wrong, apparently.
Could this be only in our sample, the failure, I mean? Or is it because of the facts? It's gonna happen in every PSU of the same line.
I cannot know. We contact Gigabyte's PSU, actually the director of R&D, and I present him with our facts. He told me that they tested 5 PSUs, nothing exploded, but he didn't suggest to send another sample to us or take back this sample for analysis, which is what he should do.
He probably didn't know about the golden samples at the time then.
Okay.
Hold up time. Lower than 17 milliseconds and the power OK signal is inaccurate, reporting normal readings to the system's mainboard while the PSU's rail are at lower than the nominal voltages. This is
Oh, nice. No, it's okay. No, it is okay.
very, very bad.
It is very
Overall
bad.
efficiency, it is quite high. In this area, it scores pretty well. Overall noise output,
Can
lower
we get
than
explosions?
30 decibels, so it is good enough.
Greek man.
Overall
No.
performance, not high enough to compete with units like the Corsair RM750X, the XPG Core Reactor 750, and the EVJ Supernova G5 with similar capacity,
So it is just a terrible PSU. Got it.
although the latter is inferior to the previous G3 model, but still, I'm referring to the EVJ unit, still it manages to beat this Gigabyte model. Bottom line, performance-wise, this PSU
Maybe he
doesn't
didn't
manage to
record it.
stand out from the
Seems to be-
crowd.
Seems to
In
be what
an
happened.
area that matters the most in real-life conditions, the transient response, the 12-volt rail doesn't perform well. This rail must have as low as possible voltage drops with transient loads, which are what the PSU will have to face in a real-life scenario. All in all, I cannot recommend this power supply despite its decent price. You better spend a little more and get a similar spec power supply from Corsair, XPG, Thermaltake, Seasonic or Cooler Master. I hope Gigabyte takes my comments seriously and improves this product. Pros.
No, they didn't.
Deliver at full power and 47 degrees Celsius. Efficient platform, tight load regulation at 12 volt, good soldering quality, not noisy operation, fully modular, 2 EPS and 4 PCI Express connectors, compact dimensions, semi-passive operation, which cannot be deactivated though, and 5-year warranty. Cons. My sample blew sky high during over power protection evaluation.
Cons, it exploded on me.
Compact dimensions, semi-passive operation, which cannot be deactivated though, and 5-year warranty. Cons. My sample blew sky high during over power protection evaluation. Over power protection is not properly set, obviously. Lousy transient response at 12 volt and 3.3 volt rails. Low quality fetch on the primary side. Unknown cabs used on the secondary side. They advertise an HTB fan, but I found a rifle bearing one instead. Very low efficiency with 2% load. Low
no.
efficiency at 5 VSB. Lower than 17 milliseconds hold up time. Non-accurate power OK signal. EPS cable should be 650 mm long at least. Short distance between
Very strong cons.
peripheral connectors. Not fully compatible with the newest ATX specification version 2.52. That is all. Thank you for watching another one PSU review from us. Stay tuned for more. Bye bye.
Opa. I wonder if let me check real quick if we can get more
To
explosions.
back it all up, back in November, Power Supply Review veteran Eris published a video review of his 750 watt unit failing with fireworks on his YouTube channel during normal testing. He attempted to report the failures to Gigabyte, but they basically said that there weren't any problems as far as they could see. Since then, we've had viewers reach out with their own Gigabyte power supply failures and ask us to investigate these problems that obviously exist. So we decided to connect with Eris to compare notes. In Eris's review,
Make it worse. Reset level new egg. I wanna keep watching videos, but I need that shower. Maybe we can set another stream to We can set another stream and talk about PC building and stuff. There was something, a shorter video. I think they have a video on a cheap out. Cheaping out on but it's 30 minutes, damn. The problem is that I don't know how long it'll take me for the shower because I also want to wash my hair. どうしよう、Chad. どうしよう. Stinky bunny. Yes. You know what? Let's go with chipping out. Why not? Oh, let me link you to Aries, and then to cheap PSUs.
We bought this $30 power supply, a top seller on Amazon, to see how it does when we throw it against our lab load tester back here. This is only a 430 watt power supply, but today that's enough to power most low-end and mid-range computers. It will not power a computer with one of these. In fact, 430 watts is not even enough only for this, ignoring the rest of the computer, but it shouldn't be ruled out just on the capacity alone. And today we're gonna take it apart to see.
Oh, they're gonna put this little guy against the gigabyte killer. Oh boy. But yeah, 450 is enough for low end stuff.
Bought this $30 power supply, a top sell.
I thought gigabyte was a gigabyte killer.
On Amazon to see how it does when we throw it against our lab load tester back here. This is only a 430 watt power supply, but today that's enough.
Oh, maybe this will actually help you decide on something, Shingocho. What are your system specs? Do you have a beefy GPU? Though maybe if you are running a 700 one, maybe you should stick to 700 or over watt for a new PSU.
Power most low-end and mid-range computers. It will not power a computer with one of these. In fact, 430 watts is not even enough only for this, ignoring the rest of the computer, but it shouldn't be ruled out just on the capacity alone. And today we're gonna take it apart to see how it looks internally and test for efficiency, voltage ripple, and everything.
That said, it kinda looks clean, not gonna lie. Though I don't know much about PSUs, but it looks neat.
Everything else. Before that,
I have a 800 watt, but I was lazy, so I go overkill. Maybe with 600 or less, I'm good. Oh, okay. Though you gotta be sure, because I don't want to be responsible for killing your rig. Let's make it 650, 750 just to be safe.
this video is brought to you by Squarespace. We use Squarespace for our own GN store and juggle complex.
You went overkill with 100 watts, but it's not even 80 plus. That's what. Now I'm even more concerned. Yes.
multi-piece orders all the time with it. Squarespace makes it fast for us to roll out new products with detailed pages full of galleries, videos, and descriptors. It's also useful for your own resume sites, for photographer or project portfolios,
Oh, nice. Still going? Yeah, we are.
or for starting your new small business idea. There's never been a better time to try and start your new business than right now, and we can vouch that Squarespace makes it easy. Visit squarespace.com/gamersnexus to get 10% off your first purchase with Squarespace. Our recent budget power supply roundup produced a lot of charts like these, but these power supplies are all in the $50 to $80 price range, and what they were missing was a true dirt cheap power supply.
What's cheap overkill? I always use PC part picker to double check power requirements. That is another good option, Shingocho. Go to PC parts picker, look for your PC components and see what's the wattage needed, and based on that you get a PSU.
Get 10% off your first purchase with Squarespace. Our recent budget power supply roundup produced a lot of charts like these, but these power supplies are all in the $50 to $80 price range, and what they were missing was a true dirt cheap power supply. We took it apart before this. It didn't ship like that. So today we're going to be reviewing this one. Now,
I bet.
we wanted to go low end, but we didn't want to go as low end as Diablo Tech or Gigabyte's GP 750M. So
That's a callback.
to go low end, but we didn't want to go as low end as Diablo Tech or Gigabyte's GP 750M. So
Reminder that grenade costs $120. Amazing. But yeah, Chingocho, you can find some if you don't mind if you don't really care if it's non-modular, you can get some pretty good power supplies, some at reasonable prices on Amazon. Non-modulars are actually usually cheaper, so that should work in your favor.
it didn't ship like that. So today we're going to be reviewing this one. Now, we wanted to go low end, but we didn't want to go as low end as Diablo Tech or Gigabyte's GP 750M. So short of those Diablo Tech power supplies or the Tiger Direct ones, this was the cheapest one that's actually 80 plus and actually still made.
Oh, hey, Super Iron. I didn't notice that was your message, Super Iron Bob. Hey, Bob, how you doing? We're here watching fireworks. Sorry.
And something that people are buying today. So this is 50M. So short of those Diablo Tech power supplies or the Tiger Direct ones, this was the cheapest one that's actually...
Good, busy as fuck at work? Oh. Hope you at least get some time to yourself. But PSU go boom, hehe.
80 plus and actually still made, and something that people are buying today. So this is the Thermaltake 430 watt Smart. That's its common name. Thermaltake labels its lowest end, bottom of the barrel power supplies as its Smart series, which we assume is because in modern society, intelligence is not valued. So this is the one we were looking at.
Now that's mean. I guess it's because it's a very affordable option, and that's why it is smart. These booms remind me of when we made power supplies for my capstone course in college. Oh, nice.
Thermaltake labels its lowest end, bottom of the barrel power supplies as its Smart series, which we assume is because in modern society, intelligence is not valued. So this is the one we were looking at. We have taken it apart already. We ran it through our load tester, again, back here for a series of tests to make sure it wouldn't explode. And we've done a full look at We have taken it apart already. We ran it through our load tester, again, back here for a series of tests to make sure it wouldn't explode. And we've done a full look at
they did get the shield. Did you see that? They did get a shield.
the efficiency, the voltage ripple, everything.
It's a joke. He's not insulting it there. Cheap PSUs are smart, and smarts are in value today. Alright, alright.
Load tester, again, back here for a series of tests to make sure it wouldn't explode. And we've done a full look at the efficiency, the voltage ripple, everything else you need to know about it.
Good morning, Prima. Good morning, Hat. How you doing?
See if it's actually worth it, because what we really want to look at here is not just the $50 to $80 range where, you know, they're probably pretty good power supplies. We really wanted to see how far can you step down the power supply, because you always hear people say in comments and videos, including ours, don't cheap out on a power supply. But how cheap is cheaping out on the power supply is what we're going to try and answer
A philosophical question for the ages.
today. For the rating, it's just an 80 plus white label, which is the lowest of the 80 plus efficiency certificates that they can get. There's all kinds of problems with 80 plus certifications. We've talked about those in the past and their shortcomings in a separate video that we'll link in the description below if you're curious. But that's what it ships as. And in terms of cabling, it's just your standard 24 pin. It'd be awfully inconvenient if they didn't include that. And then 2 PCIe cables, that's it. So you just get these two that are pigtailed together or daisy chained, and no additional PCIe connections, and then one 8-pin for the CPU, along with your standard sort of SATA and Molex, things like that. Floppy
Makes
drive.
sense. The people that buy this kind of PSUs are not going to have a high-end GPU. So why bother?
Connector as well. Overall then, this sets you up to run a pretty basic video card. No more than 2 8-pins, of course, but you probably shouldn't really be close to that anyway. So the fan, you can see it's labeled Thermaltake. They call it the EFS 12E12M. It's a 120 mil fan, which you can see measured against our mod mat. You can buy one of these on store.gamersnexus.net if you'd like to get one for PC disassembly and things like that. And if we pull the label, it is a very simple and cheap rifle bearing core in here, which we've confirmed by destructively testing it. It's packed with lubricant, but otherwise there's nothing really of note other than the reservoir. And the actual manufacturer for this fan is Huashinrong, and they market it as it's a 12 volt, 0.25 amp fan. Not very powerful, but it's a $30 power supply. So
What
you're
else
looking
can
at
you
probably
expect?
a cost of about $1 for this type of fan, maybe a little bit more, but it's basically the same thing you'd find in a cheap case. We have the platform over here that Patrick Stone's going to walk you through in a bit to talk about the quality of the power supply, and for the rest, it's really just the case and not much else. So when we were hooking this up for testing on our power supply load equipment, our main goal was to verify that the protections actually work, because the protections for your components, very important. And those are basically used for things like overpower protection, overcurrent protection, short circuit protection, things that matter a lot if you don't want your power supply to kill other parts in the system. So that was our first goal, because it's cheap, and those are typically the things that either aren't present or don't work when they're cheap. And they're also the things that turn a $30 purchase into a $500 purchase if it starts to kill other things in the system.
Yeah, I was gonna say that chipping out, it's gonna compensate by making you buy new components in the hundreds.
Our next goal was to verify the 80 plus white certification here and make sure that it actually meets or exceeds the 80 plus basically below bronze specs. That's not too hard to hit comparatively. So that was goal number 2, and hopefully with that information we can help to paint a picture of whether it's actually worth $30 just to get a computer up and running. And one thing we noticed that you lose right away with a budget power supply is apparently accurate documentation from the manufacturer itself, or at least from Thermaltake.
Oh,
The
no.
information on the website, the online manual, and the physical item, like the box and the paper manual, are all conflicting. So we decided that the physical product superseded the online information, and we mostly used that information for our testing. Input for this power supply works in most regions. It states that it supports anything from 100.
It's not too hard to hit unless you're Shingocho's power supply. Oh, come on, leave Shingocho alone.
To 240 volts AC at anywhere from 47 to 63 hertz. The physical labeling suggests that it can handle up to 10 amps on the input, but in this particular case, we would encourage viewers to look at the website for more accurate information because the GBU 806 AC-DC rectifier inside this unit is only rated for 8 amps, so the 10 amp number doesn't really make sense. Now, before even plugging this in, one of the things we immediately noticed that we didn't like was a very basic piece of information on the label. You can see that 12 volts, we can only get a maximum of 387 watts, despite being a 430 watt power supply. We really don't like it when companies do this. Our viewpoint here when we're reviewing parts, and people may have different opinions, but our approach is that the 12 volt rails should be able to do the total capacity of the power supply, because otherwise it's basically sort of cheating the spec or line, because although it's declared, people don't look at that 387 watt number, they look at 430. Almost all of the power on your computer is 12 volts. So the fact that it can do 110 watts combined on 3.3 and 5, but only 387 on 12 volts, that doesn't make up for the difference we're seeing. So that
the numbers don't
obviously
make sense,
annoys
basically.
Patrick Stone and I when we're reviewing these things. The 5 volt standby rail can do 12.5 watts, and then the negative 12 volts doesn't really matter, it can do 3.6. So those are fairly standard for that, but it is lacking the ability to actually go up to 430 on 12, which when you're calculating your combined CPU plus GPU power under a full system load, you should be doing so against 387, not against 430. So that's an important point that people overlook. For this, we need to do more of a teardown and some in-depth detail on which parts are good and bad in here, what might cause you a problem in the future if you actually use this thing. And for that, we're gonna go to Patrick Stone. He's going to be doing some switched mode power supply basics. Because this is a cheap, low-end power supply, it actually serves as a great candidate for teaching about some of the basics of how power supplies work and what you need to look for when buying one. So even if you're not buying this, you get some value. So we're gonna go to him for the teardown.
That's actually a good idea. It could be used to learn a bit about what to look for in power supplies, or if you are supposed to tear down one when you're learning about circuits and whatnot, or even just for a budget build for someone learning to build PCs.
And then we're going to come back and go through the numbers and the benchmarks.
We're going to do something a little different today. We're going to throw in a block diagram, something you guys have requested in the comments section. We're going to hopefully take you from the input side of the power supply all the way to the output side and teach you about the individual stages and hopefully be able to relate those stages to the individual components that carry out those stages. In the TT Smart 430, there are X caps and Y caps on the back side of the power connector. This is an X cap inside this heat shrink wrap, and these little blue guys are Y caps. But then as we go onto the main PCB, where it would plug in from here, which is these two contact points.
Oh, you taking notes, IT Bon? I could always rewatch it.
Right here, we also have another X cap. That's this little yellow block. And to be honest, this little yellow block is pretty much the same thing you're finding over here in this heat shrink wrap. Then there's also 2 more Y caps, this little blue guy and this little blue guy. So in total, you've got 4 Y caps, 2 X caps, and 2 common mode chokes. The common mode chokes are this guy and this guy. And those pretty much complete the EMI filter. Now the transient part of the filter, keeping the power transients from destroying parts inside the power supply, starts right here. We've got a...
Hey, Pedest! Happy birthday! It's not my birthday! But thanks for the re-membership, and hope you're enjoying your stay as a serf. How you doing, Pedest? Happy 9 months, Bethesda. You've got a sub, baby. Oh, what's up, Bunny? No. How you doing? We're watching We were watching fireworks, and now we're seeing if we can find a decent budget PSU for Shingocho. Good, I've been busy. Hope you at least had time to rest and whatnot.
A regular fuse, in this case, is a 200.
Do all cheap power supplies double as bombs? Let's find out.
Drawing parts inside the power supply. Starts right here. We've got a regular fuse, in this case, is a 240 volt fuse, and then an MOV or a metal oxide varistor. That guy's job is to limit voltage spikes. And then as we go around the power supply into the APFC section, there's another piece that helps handle inrush current. That's this right here. This is an NTC thermistor. Now, the NTC thermistor usually is accompanied by a bypass relay, but that's not the case on this power supply because it's a lower cost power supply. The bypass relay is strictly there for efficiency improvements, and so on a low cost power supply, they're going to go ahead and get rid of that component. The next two blocks in the diagram are involved with APFC. The rectifier handles the initial AC to DC conversion. That's this little guy right here. And the TT430, it's an 8 amp GBU 806. If you're looking for that stamp on the component, it's usually down here at the bottom. This particular 806 just means that it can handle 8 amps and 600 volts. There are often two of these that handle higher current and higher output PSUs. There's only need for one with this conservative 431 output on the Thermaltake. The second block of the diagram shows an inductor, that's this guy right here, and a capacitor, this guy right here, which we've removed for safety.
Of course.
The two components work with the other APFC electronics to get the power factor as close to 1 as possible before it moves on to the high frequencies.
I was wondering where was the capacitor. Taking apart the spicy computer parts.
Switching. This part of the circuit also boosts the voltage and provides some filtering. Go back to the bulk capacitor. This particular one is from TPO. It's an LG series capacitor. It's a 105C rating, and if you look at the data sheet, it's also 2,000 hours at 105C. It's 420 volt and 270 microfarad. The 270 microfarad is underwhelming. It's not very impressive. But again, this is a budget power supply, so that's kind of what you're going to get. The 105C is good.
I mean, that's the theme. That's the theme with the video and the whole power supply. It's a budget option. Nothing in it is going to be impressive, or it's gonna be disappointing at worst, or terrible. More like terrible. But budget is budget.
There are lower rated temperatures on capacitors, like 85C is common, and the 2,000 hours at 105C is also on the low end of things. You can get 10,000 and 12,000 hour rated capacitors there as well. Basically, what we're getting at here is that because it's a budget power supply, you're getting a budget capacitor. Capacitors with more capacitance and longer lifetime in terms of hours are what you're going to find in a more expensive power supply. The next block is necessary to reduce the size of the main transformer. Transformers have a nifty EMF equation that helps to explain the relationship between size and frequency. Oversimplifying things, we can say that the higher the frequency, the smaller the transformer can be. And what we're talking about is this versus that. So this thing weighs probably as much as this power supply with the cables included, if not more. And we don't want to have to pack these in power supplies. So that EMF equation, again, overly simplified version of it, basically says that if we increase the input signal frequency, then we can reduce the size of this transformer. The next stage is more rectification. The high frequency, low voltage signal has to be...
Hey, Captain, how you doing? Like, that is one beefy... What's the name of the thing? Bulk capacitor. Oh no, that is the capacitor. What was the other block? Howdy and welcome, Captain. Welcome in. We're watching this one and then call it a night. But not before I get a shower.
The next block is necessary to reduce the size of the main transformer. Transformers have a nifty EMF equation that helps to explain the relationship between
it's a transformer, okay.
Size and frequency. Oversimplifying things, we can say that the higher the frequency, the smaller the transformer can be. And what we're talking about is this versus that. So this thing weighs probably as much as this power supply with the cables included, if not more. And we don't want to have to pack these in power supplies. So that EMF equation, again, overly simplified version of it, basically says that if we increase the input signal frequency, then we can reduce the size of this transformer. The next stage is more rectification. The high frequency, low voltage signal has to be converted from an AC square wave, that's like, you know, the little line like that kind of thing, into as close to a DC signal as possible. The rectification can be done in a bunch of different ways, but in this low-cost TT power supply, they opted to go with two MHCHXM SBRs. Yeah, that's the name of the company. Another set of inductors. And
Wait, really?
HXM. Cost TT power supply, they opted to go with
It's a transformer.
two MHCH, but in this close to a DC signal as possible. The rectification can be done in a bunch of different ways, but in this low-cost TT power supply, they opted to go with two MHCHXM SBRs. Yeah, that's the name of the company.
What? So hey J-Way, how you doing? What's that company name?
It can be done in a bunch of different ways, but in this low-cost TT power supply, they opted to go with two MHCHXM SBRs. Yeah, that's the name of the company. Another set of inductors and capacitors make up the final block labeled filter on the block diagram before output to your PC parts through these cables like this. This stage also handles the output voltage regulation. In the Smart 430, the type of regulation is called group regulation, and it's easily identifiable by the fact that there are only two inductors. The larger coil regulates the 12 volt and 5 volt output, while the smaller coil is for 3.3 volt.
It seems that my PSU don't have videos on YouTube. It's only from my country. A brand from the bigger PC thing is shot from here. MHCHXM is Chinese at a quick search. I mean, most of the manufacturers for components and stuff are. I am concerned, Shingocho. Okay, but the whole website is in Chinese. Oh damn. Let's see if this actually... They don't appear to have an English site, but I'm alive. Don't risk it. Get a better PSU, please. As we see there, I'm pretty sure there's a good quality and affordable options out there. This is for your builds and your safety.
Group regulation is one of the cheapest ways to do regulation, but it's usually avoided due to the cross-loading problem that it creates. And we'll touch on 12 volt, 5 volt cross-load as we get to the testing data.
If Shingocho suddenly stops showing up, we should have a moment of silence for his barbecued PC.
The Smart 430 watt TPO SC series caps are added to each output to help smooth or filter the signal. For the 12 volt signal, we've got these two caps right here. For the 5 volt and the 3.3 volt, we've actually got the same set of caps. It's a pair here for the 5 volt and a pair here for the 3.3 volt. And then the negative 12 is this cap right here, and then the 5 VSB uses this cap right here. All these caps are standard electrolytics. You won't find any solid polymer caps on this unit, as they're usually more expensive. The passive rectification right here in the SBRs, the group regulation, that's these two, and these two inductors, and the complete lack of solid polymer caps are a set of first in any of our Gamers Nexus power supply reviews. Up until this point, we've seen mostly synchronous rectification, so different circuit board right here with MOSFETs, and independent regulation, so more inductors, and a mix of caps, meaning electrolytics and solid polymers. So while we've been reviewing more expensive power supplies, the presence of these design choices hints at a lower cost PSU. The reduced price point comes at the cost of reduced output signal quality. There's a...
I mean, figure... You cannot expect 800 watts from a 30 buck PSU brick.
Transformer that's just for the 5 VSB right here, a little choke which is just for the 5 VSB, and a microcontroller, or just call it a controller. In this case, it's an Excelliance EM8564A. This protections IC is the thing that handles things like short circuit protection and overpower protection. Our goal today was to take a
Hopefully
block
it works.
diagram
Hopefully it works better than the gigabyte one.
and relate it to the internal components. If you can take a look at internal components in a power supply and tell the difference between the internal components in an inexpensive power supply versus the ones in an expensive power supply, then you can probably determine if the value is there. And that's ultimately what we're shooting for at GN. And now, back to you, Steve.
We'll start our test with voltage ripple. We were hoping for big, exciting changes in the new ATX v3.0 multi-rail desktop platform power supply design guide. And the voltage ripple specs are still exactly the same. The maximum spec of 120 millivolts peak to peak on the 12 volt rail, or 50 millivolts peak to peak on 5 volt standby, and 3.3 volts are still very lax for what we think is actually good. So we'll continue to build comparisons to other power supplies, as that provides more useful information than just simply testing against a spec that isn't really that good to begin with. Being an extremely cheap but still 80 plus power supply, we expected the Thermaltake 430 watt power supply to perform worse than everything else. And it did. It definitely didn't let us down in the voltage ripple measurements if we were looking for poor performance. It excelled in performing poorly. When compared to the 50 to
Amazing. Excelling at sucking.
$80 power supplies that we tested at 100% load, it had almost double the peak-to-peak voltage ripple on the 12 volt rail. At 91.7 millivolts, this is one of the worst performing power supplies we've seen in terms of ripple. Keep in mind that we recommend a maximum of 80 millivolts ripple, and we suggest that 60 millivolts is desirable for higher end parts, or especially as you get into overclocking, and this affects the stability of the system overall. It's possible that some component combinations could experience instability from this level of ripple from the Thermaltake 430 watt Smart, but for most realistic combinations, it's okay. We'll forego going.
I mean, it's kinda not fair comparing it to significantly more expensive PSU like this. True. I think he should have left the higher end ones, like the EVGA 700 BQ. I would have kept it to the 600 range.
Through all of the details on the ripple comparisons, as the Thermaltake Smart power supply at 430 watts was the worst every time, but we'll at least share the data for just this device without all the others on the chart. It didn't fare much better on other voltage rails, so at 100% load, the best result was on the 3.3 volt rail, which had 66.4 millivolts peak-to-peak ripple. 5 volt standby came in at 71.2, and the 5 volt rail was 77.6 millivolts. Those numbers are so poor that they don't even make the official ATX guidance cutoff. That lands Thermaltake worse than all the others we've tested this past year, and also even in some cases below the very loose spec. Up next is power efficiency. The Thermaltake Smart 430 watt is listed as 80 plus base certified, which means that it has 80% efficiency at 20%, 50%, and 100% loads. Our testing verified certification on those loads. The power supply reached its peak efficiency at 40% load when it registered 84.2% efficiency, and we're seeing a trend in the budget power supplies where 40% load seems to be the level for.
Okay, below its own spec, that's a problem. I mean, at least it seems that it is okay-ish with efficiency, but that's just what one thing in its favor. The rest is not looking great.
That peak efficiency. It'll be interesting to see if that holds true for more powerful units later, but compared to the other budget power supplies, the less expensive Thermaltake Smart 430 watt has lower efficiency than all the other competitors. The EVGA 700 BQ, currently $60 and rated bronze, outperforms the Thermaltake 430 watt in every metric. It has significantly better 2% performance, although this doesn't really matter that much, considering losses on 2% load are minimal since it's such a low load. And then if we look elsewhere, it has 83.6% and 88.6% efficiency results for the higher loads. We'll describe the Thermaltake power supply as scraping by in most of these. For 12 volt
I mean, with a with a budget where you can only afford a $30 power supply, it is scratching the barrel, the bottom of the barrel.
regulation across loads, the inexpensive Smart 430
At 40% load, so 172 watts.
30-watt did very well, tying the Seasonic thermal take power supply as scraping by in most of these. For 12-volt regulation across loads, the inexpensive Smart 430-watt did very well, tying the Seasonic Focus GM650 for the best results. This is only one test though. Let's look at 5-volt standby, 3.3 volts, and 5 volts for regulation. These all show at least 3% variation. Ideally, we would like to see something less than or equal to 2% variation, but to reality check things, we're talking about a $30 power supply here, so it's fine for its intended use, just don't exit that use. During the component analysis and teardown, we
Yeah, this is just for ultra budget builds.
talked briefly about group regulation and how it could have an impact on cross-load testing results. These next two charts show exactly what we were talking about. When heavily loading the 3.3 and 5 volt rails and leaving the 12 volt rail with very little load, we can see that the 12 volt and 5 volt rails have a higher than desired, meaning greater than 2% voltage variation. At the same time, the 3.3 volt rail sees almost no impact. This relates directly back to the group regulation design, where the 12 volt and 5 volt rails share the same inductor, and where the 3.3 volt rail has a smaller but independent inductor. The results are similar when the load is skewed heavily toward the 12 volt rail. Once again, we see an obvious impact on the 12 volt and 5 volt rails of variations, but the 3.3 volt rail is unaffected. Comparative power factor results are similar to the efficiency ones. The thermal take unit sits at the bottom of the chart at 2%, 40%, and 100% loads. Even at 100% load, where most power supplies exceed 0.99 power factor, the Smart 430 watt couldn't quite get there. It only registered
No, off by one. It fell short by. It fell short, not even by one.
at 0.989. The power factor results aren't what we'd call noticeably bad at this price class, but they are objectively the worst of the bunch. For protections, the product page and packaging only claim OVP, OPP, and SCP, or over voltage protection, over power protection, and short circuit protection.
What about temp protection?
We still put it through our regular test suite to see what would happen, and the results were scattered. Looking at short circuit protection, this is one of the protections that was supposed to be in place, and for the most part, it was, just not in a complete and actually well-executed sense. In the first
SCCP number. SCCP number XX fail.
test pass, it was evident that the 12 volt, 5 volt, 3.3 volt, and 5 VSB rails each had a short circuit protection. The rarely used negative 12 volt registered as a failure. So to make sure it wasn't a mistake, we ran through a second pass and then we confirmed the failure. Then it occurred to us that this is an inexpensive power supply, so maybe that just removed the minus 12 volt signal altogether to save on cost. So,
Oh no. Not that I had my hopes up, but holy shit. I can't even in good faith recommend this. Shingocho, don't get this. Get something better.
we checked for the presence of a blue wire on the ATX 24-pin connector, and it was there. The 24-pin wire, if you look at our mod mat, for example, is the minus 12 volt rail. That didn't necessarily indicate that there was power running across it, so we next had to make sure that it was present by checking on an oscilloscope. After verifying that the signal was there, we ran the short circuit test 2 more times. Minus 12 volts failed short circuit protection on 4 straight passes. At this point, we began to doubt our own test equipment, so we manually shorted the minus 12 volts to ground on an oscilloscope. After verifying that the signal was there, we ran the short circuit test 2 more times. Minus 12 volts failed short circuit protection on 4 straight passes. At this point, we began to doubt our own test equipment, so we manually shorted the minus 12 volts to ground, hoping for a shutdown. Instead, we burned a diode on the bottom of the PCB. So, of course, this destructive test was done after all the other power supply testing was complete, we believe that it's safe to say this power supply does not have short circuit protection on the, again, rarely ever used minus 12 volt rail. OCP was
Right, rarely ever used, but if at some point someone uses it for whatever reason, yeah, that's not good.
was not claimed on the packaging or advertising for the product, but as we stated, we test for overcurrent protection anyway. Since the manual stated that overpower protection would trigger somewhere between 100 and 170% for the power, we guessed that the same would be true for OCP.
Wait, right, it doesn't have OCP, right? That's
short circuit protection
not good.
on the, again,
bad.
rarely ever used minus 12 volt rail. OCP was not claimed on the packaging or advertising for the product, but as we stated, we test for overcurrent protection anyway. Since the manual stated that overpower protection would trigger somewhere between 100 and 170% for the power, we guessed that the same would be true for OCP if it's present. So we moved the high end of our testing range for the main rails from 150% to 170% of the maximum rated current. The 3.3 volt rail shut down the power supply at anything over 18 amps. The 5 volt rail took 26.2 amps, or 46% higher than its max rated 18 amps before shutdown. 5 volt standby followed the trend we've been seeing of reaching almost 200% of the maximum current rating. And on the thermal take power supply, it hit 192% or 4.8 amps before shutting down. The 12 volt rail triggered a shutdown at just over 53 amps, but it's possible that this was due to OPP as the value exceeds the overpower protection limits that you'll see in just a moment. Our conclusion here for OCP is that it looks like there's some overcurrent protection, and this tracks with the capabilities of the Grenergy GR8329N protections IC that's in there. It's possible that Thermaltake chose not to list it in the specs because OCP implementation was somehow incomplete, or because of that 12 volt trigger point being so high. Finally, overpower protection fell in the middle of the advertised 110 to 170% range at 131.9%. As with the other protections tests, we ran 4 passes to verify the results, and each time OPP triggered shutdowns at about the same point. Last up is the packaging of the power supply, the construction quality of the cables, looking at the wire gauge, things like that, and just overall how it's put together by Thermaltake. So opening up the Thermaltake box, they don't give you much. There's some bubble wrap that protects the power supply and shipping, so fair enough. There's a paper manual, which again conflicts with the information in the online manuals. There's a warranty card, and then there's a power supply cable that goes to the wall. So just a standard power cable, where this one is an 18 gauge option, and a few zip ties, 4 screws for your computer case, and of course, a giant twist tie that was around the cables. And that's it for the box. So packaging's really straightforward. We actually like this, especially on a cheaper product. It doesn't make sense to waste any significant portion of the cost of the power supply as a product on the packaging when it's already $30. They need to spend it on the actual product at that point.
Yeah, why waste money on like packaging and stuff when it's already cheap? You should be using that budget on the thing itself. Maybe having some protection for the minus 12 volt. Maybe.
So we're okay with everything that's in the box and around it. As for the cables, those are primarily 300 volt, 80 degrees Celsius, 18 gauge options, with the exceptions being the ones specifically.
Don't want it to break? No, the point is that for budget options, somehow putting bags and extra foam protection just to protect a budget PSU doesn't make sense.
For signaling, so that'd be like power good. As far as the cable lengths go, this is another place where the documentation was inconsistent with reality. All of our measurements came up shorter than advertised. The main ATX cable is 480 millimeters, meaning it's missing a full 20 millimeters off the target. The CPU cable is 490 millimeters, also a bit short. It's the closest one, though, to the advertised measurement. The PCIe cables were both 425 millimeters to the first connector and a common 150 millimeters to the second. All 3 of the storage and accessory cables were 450, 160, and 160 millimeters to the first, second, and third connectors. So Thermaltake advertised longer lengths than reality, which is just frustrating for a user who might be choosing their case based on, or their power supply even, based on their case where that EPS 12 volt cable length has to be pretty precise. Wrapping up then, Thermaltake's 430 watt smart.
My guess is that this is this being a budget PSU for a budget build, it's probably for one of those really cheap ass non-gamer cases, like those office PC, like those office PCs that you see they have, that they're all the same. It's probably for that type case.
Our power supply is cheap at $30, and it's cheaper than you might spend on a family dinner or something like that. And with its 5-year warranty, it probably has, hopefully, more staying.
Excuse you, I got a pretty stacked KFC bucket for like 16. I think it wasn't even $20. So this is a bit more. This is a bit pricier than that.
Power.
I got, by the way, and this was with no discount. 6 chicken pieces. 6 spicy wings, 6 arepas, 2 sundaes, and it didn't cost even $1, but I also asked for some honey mustard. All of that, but I think less than $20. 16, $17.
Than that same dinner would have. Now, as for the statistics, the actual numbers we put it through looking at our charts, the Thermaltake Smart 430 watt is the worst that we've tested any time in the past year. However, there are far worse power supplies out there. So it's not bad in the sense that we didn't have it catch on fire. So that's a plus, and it wouldn't be the first time we've had things catch on fire. It was still within most of the acceptable range of performance for what it is. It's not good, so just be really clear on that. Voltage ripple, for example, is very high. It's upwards of 90 millivolts, depending on which metric you're looking at. And it's the highest on our charts, doubling some of the others that were $50 when we bought those power supplies. So it's not a good performer. But again, we did not encounter anything that would be dangerous in our testing. That doesn't preclude it from happening. It could always happen, but we didn't see it in our testing. For short...
I know that he's still taking multiple shots at that gigabyte grenade. He's not letting them forget it.
We did not encounter anything that would be dangerous in our testing. That doesn't preclude it from happening. It could always happen, but we didn't see it in our testing. For short circuit protection, the negative 12 volt was lacking it, at least on our unit. So that is something that should have been corrected. For efficiency, it was scraping by. So then, if budget is tight and you've spec'd out a very low-end computer, and hearing the phrase, don't cheap out on a power supply doesn't help you because you just don't have the money to go more expensive with it, the $30 430 watt Thermaltake Smart does seem like it's an okay option that would be acceptable for a really cheap computer. If you are doing something like a home office build or a low-end gaming PC, maybe with something like a GT 1030 in it, an A380, something like that, this power supply it maxes out about there. i3, i5, R5, non-K SKU, stuff like that, and a low-end GPU in the sub $200 class, and it does seem okay for that if you need to save some money. Not everyone can just go buy a $50 power supply, and that's what this market.
Okay, so it's not great, but also not terrible. Like, it won't catch fire, hopefully, and that's a plus. So maybe Shingocho can go for it, but again, it seems that Shingocho's build needs more wattage, so it may not be possible either way. I feel like there's a niche for a channel like this that exclusively focuses on low to mid-range components. That would be interesting, but the problem is that there's something weird happening, and is that for some reason low, like for example Intel releasing low-end CPUs that are absolutely terrible, and they're still ridiculously expensive. Like, why? If it's like 2-core CPU and it's like $100 or something, or even more, like, why? releasing low end stuff should be cheap. That's the whole point, that they're low. Like, you exchange potency for the budget. What else can you do? But what's the point of making it expensive? Might as well just save a little extra, or keep that money and find something used or even better and new for the same budget.
That's what this power supply fills in terms of the market demand. So we didn't see anything majorly wrong to say don't buy this, is what we're saying. That's it for this one. Thanks for watching. You can support this type of work directly by going to store.gamersnexus.net and grabbing one of our large mod mats or medium mod mats. The large mod mats are arriving very soon. They have wiring diagrams. If on the topic of power supplies, you need to see how the pins are configured. They're also an anti-static work surface for working on your computer, protecting the table and the parts themselves. And they now have a 7-year retroactive warranty that we've applied to everybody who's ever purchased one. So if you want to support our efforts of continuing to expand that program, head over to store.gamersnexus.net and grab one. It also supports this testing. Or patreon.com/gamersnexus, where we're publishing some new behind-the-scenes posts for written content and some video.
I guess we can leave this for Shingochu. This video is old, but I'm sure it may help them with getting a new PSU. Okay, that should be it for tonight, for real. I really need that shower. Let's see who can we raid. Let's raid Natsumi. Natsumi is just chatting. Pekori. Always fun to learn about PCs with you guys. Glad you're here. Glad you guys like to hear me rambling about PC stuff. Yeah, been a while since I've studied this stuff. Thank you for the fun stream. I should head to bed. Have a night. Okay, thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Hopefully this week too, if weather allows it. So say hi to Natsumi for me, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.